I am not. Work on it slowly. How's the day going? How's the app going? Is it going? I don't know. We have some issues with the heat again. I can't do this. I'm probably gonna need to take a vacation this week. It's just, or next week at least. I don't know. It's crazy. Technically, next week is supposed to be cooler, so we'll see about that. But goddamn, why would you want a custom renderer? I also have things for you specifically when it comes to the screenshots that you sent me. One of them is not stream capable. Uh, but but I feel like, but that might be just me, you would probably be the better space if you use native uh ish components in both directions, as in again, as in iOS components and Android components as their base. So native navigations, native buttons, native things, and it's the same thing as before. And I know that you are going through uh like the branding and whatever, but in a way, if you use the native stuff and then customize them, you can ensure that you have the entire thing that works, and then you can just make sure that the branding is matching the goals. That's the usual thing. It's what I've done for myself as well, like making sure that I have at least the MVP in native, and then I can change that to have like more branding in there, more customization, added different things. I understand that from a standpoint of I'm using AI to build the things anyway, so it's gonna be fast anyway. It's just a matter of like structure wise, it's easier to get like the correct structure using the native implementation because the AI are trained on native stuff most of the times. Uh, and then you can just customize things. But yeah, that's the I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, you know. But yeah, no, it's not. I mean, this is TOS friendly, yeah, for sure. This one, well, I don't know. I don't know how that happened also. I don't know if you just sent me a an upside down screenshot or if it's just like it doesn't want to rotate. Um, but yeah, I mean it's not. Nonetheless, this thing I still I still doubt that a screensaver makes any sense on mobile. Um, but I mean I get it. I get it. I get it. Um, but yeah, I'm not certain that it's necessarily a good idea for the thing in question. Just because most people, most users, if you are like watching a YouTube video and you go take a shit, you should probably take your phone with you, and therefore you're not gonna pause. And if you pause something, you either lock your phone or your tablet or your things, and then come back to it. So that's the I don't know, but it is better than this. And I don't know exactly when this would happen. Um, I don't know if this would happen. But if that was the case, and if you had like um if you had the player this way and then the screensaver this way, I would rather you use the poster instead of anything else. What makes me think that you're not using the native stuff? These buttons are not the native buttons unless you are also targeting iOS 18, 17, I think 17. And then that nav bar at the bottom is not the native iOS tabs. And since these are the screenshot from the iOS thing, that's the reason why I'm saying you're probably not using the native stuff. Uh, well, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just a simple thing. And same thing here. Even though I know that the whole concept is to have like your own player and shit, I feel like if you were to use the native player of the of iOS that behaves like it's from the system, and then you add some features to it inside of a pill in the bottom right, like this, with your settings and your other things, then it would make more sense. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. We'll see. We'll see. The sad thing, based on this, I can't even check. I can't even check the repo that I cloned to my device. I You got me access to it, and then now I can't do shit. That's the thing. Um, one of the things that is kind of fun is that they are showcasing this thing, and then sometimes they say switch to auto so that you can get like more usage. So you switch to auto, um, and then you can't do anything. So it's just weird. It's kind of sad. Also, ah, I laugh so much. I feel like this is fun. Nonetheless, indeed, you did this in like Phil's. Hi, what's going on? How are you? You did this in like 5 days, which is pretty good. And now you kind of feel and understand what happened with Can when I switched from iOS to Android to have like the secondary code base. It took like way less time, but yeah. Yeah, I am dying too. I've been keeping my AC high the whole morning so that it's not like necessary for me to switch things. But as always, when I'm starting streaming, the PC is ramping up, the Mac is ramping up, the lights are turning on, the displays are emitting like heat as well, and this entire space right here where is me is getting hotter than the rest of the flat. Like if I go here, it's cooler. Just here because the AC is just next to me. So yeah, I get it. But now the AC is set at 23, meaning that I have a pretty good range. If I want to just bump things down, that would be a good option. What I need right now is uh that's sad. What I need right now is one of these heat resistant top thingy, like one of the uh I'm gonna use heat resistant top as a thing for the Windows. These types of shit that are just like basically making sure that the heat is staying outside and not inside. Some of these things, and they are pretty good. But I need that on the kitchen section of my flat because the sun is basically on the windows and just heating the entire thing. So it's not great. But yesterday I decided to invest, and as a good AOA fashion, I invested in products that are not for consumers because it's what makes sense. Uh, but I went on to construction site websites and constructors and bought a fan for construction site. So the things that are meant to blow air for a whole building in my house. So that's gonna be good. That's gonna help. It's rated for like 500 square meters or something like this to have like negative pressure and positive pressure inside of a building to make sure that you have like the airtight requirements for some things, and that's gonna help with putting some air out, some hot air out of the house. We'll see in a bit. It's just uh, it's just a big ass like this. Technically, it's a big ass like this. It's orange, which is kind of sad, but you know, it's gonna help. I hope what I hope, which I don't have any information, um, but it's it might be loud, and that's the thing that I'm not sure about. But mm, that airflow is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to have airflow for real. So we'll see how it works. And then the fact that this thing is 10 kilos, 11 technically on the box and the delivery thing, it's gonna be pretty big. But I might just put it on the pull-up bar, like upside down if I can. If it's not like too big, I think it's gonna be too big. And just blow air through the corridor to see if it works. But yeah, no, that's I guess and speed one in the beginning to see how it goes, and then we'll see. We'll see when that drops in. But yeah, it's a big ass fan, indeed, indeed. Congrats on the streaks. 35 is it is impressive. Congrats on that. That is neat. That is neat. Sorry. uh Yeah, I hate that navigation. I think that's the reason, Stony. I think that's the thing. I'm like, that needs to be a bit different. This is interesting. Congrats on that. That's working, I guess. And then you have these. That's pretty good. Um, that's working as well, which is impressive. Which is impressive. Interesting that you have the I guess you're on the simulator, so that makes sense as well. But yeah, there is a ton of things that would need to change. But I get it. Technically, AI speaking, I know you're not done, but I'm like, you know, it makes sense. Hungry people, hi, welcome in. How are you? Now you're here. We have some people like Dapshi, for example, that hits the token limits and then they pop in chat. That's usually what happens when we see Dapshi pop in, is because there's no request available, there's no good token available, and therefore some people are just coming in. So that's the that's the thing. But how are you? How's the day going? No, no, overall it's pretty okay. I'm obviously seeing things in terms of the structure. I know you're not done with it. I get it. But in terms of structure, there might be some things that are like going to be negative in the future in terms of how this thing is working. But maybe it's gonna be fine. Like so far, it seems to be pretty stable in understanding everything, and the placements are good. There are some issues, but the placements are pretty good. Um, and then within the player, one of the reasons why I'm saying that it could be interesting for you to use the native player instead of your player within the app, which I know is not, it goes against the process and the ID, is that there are things within the iOS player that some, and I'm guessing within the Android player as well, that some people would expect to have. So, for example, right now we are in full screen, but in iOS, if you pinch out, and I think in Android you can do the same thing. I forgot. I haven't watched the video in a long time, but if you pinch out or in, you can fill the screen entirely. And this is based on the native player, and I don't know if that works still with an alternative player. So that's just me. I don't know. If it works, great. If it doesn't, that's kind of sad. It doesn't really matter. And zooming in for some videos makes absolutely no sense because, well, uh, you are cropping the top and bottom so that you're missing some information. What? No, I know that you can add that. What I'm saying is that this is one example. There are other things for sure that other people are like using as the native player that are they are used to it. You would not know what it is because you don't use an iPhone, and I would not know what it is because I don't use an Android either. And therefore there might be some things like this. What? I get it. It's the regular thing that I'm saying, which is very simple of you need to be at the market level at least to then be able to do things better. But if it's not like at market level, which is to me like the native system level, then it's kind of hard. So that's the reason why I'm saying maybe just use system and then add stuff. Nonetheless, as you said, you are like 70% done, which is not good enough. But at least you have something, which is pretty good. And you know, God damn it. Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason. Yeah, no, I know. I know. It's just like potentially for the sake of consistency and simplicity. But yeah, what is the minimum requirements system version that you have put in place for iOS and Android? Do you know? That is true. That's gonna be bad. Like, did you say iOS 17, iOS 18, Android version 9? So that means it can run on my Android. Good job on that. That's gonna be a bit of a tricky thing because this one is old, but it still runs fine. So, we could be surprised. We could be very much surprised, and that could be really good. That could be really good. Is it still working? This is still working. Kind of. I just had an update, so that's why some stuffs are kind of over the place and not necessarily good. And I just added things in the wraps, so that in there you have this one is kind of weird, but you have something in here. We now have a calendar. I don't know exactly how good or bad that is. The icon for the perfumes are gonna be randomly placed within the cells, and then when you click on the thing, it's going to open the perfume details in question. So that's interesting enough. And if you have multiple perfumes on the same day, it opens a pre-sheet with 2, 3, 16 perfumes, and then when you click on the perfume in question, it just open the sheets. But that's an interesting system. I don't know exactly if this is like what needs to be in there, but I feel like so far it's probably going to be the easiest thing to have. It's going to take a while to have the entire thing to be done. But, now that I've reached my limit, uh, We'll see. But look at this. Isn't she cute? You don't see that anytime, any days. The only reason why we see this is because uh, it's broken. You see this when you're loading a perfume in the beginning of the day for about a split second, and then it loads stuff. And regular people that are not paid, you see this for like maybe one day if your phone is kind of hot and it's very, very slow. That's about it. Nothing else. So that's interesting. I don't know why this is still running right here, and that is also running. That makes no sense. We'll see about that. But yeah, no, I took a look at this thing really, really quickly to see what you had in there, and it's just a lot. The main issue that I have with this is that it because it contained both, I mean most of the apps, I'm like, I don't know if it makes sense for me to run this or try to run it, even though you said that that's not necessarily the case. Um, Also, right now, my connection seems to be really bad. That's uh, that's really bad. And that's really bad as well. I don't know why all of that happens, but we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Uh, and so for today, I've been trying to put things working in Void doesn't work. Things working in the LM Studio doesn't work. Things working on the LM Studio on the PC, and then using ngrok to get access to the LLM running on this PC to my Mac doesn't work either. I found the competitor bento grid to be pretty cute. So I was like, you know what? Let me just see if I can create something similar. I don't like the ID, and this is probably the only thing that I could keep as a concept. I still don't like it, but as a preview image, the center part is enough, so I might just do that. Um, and it's pretty interesting the fact that that person specifically is aiming at things that I'm really like against on my end. So it's a fun thing. The fact that you have AI recommendation that do absolutely nothing is pretty fun to me. They are talking about a button, specific button in the app that does absolutely nothing if you don't have anything in your collection, which is fun. And they do have things that looks pretty good, like that card is good looking, but that's it. Uh, it's probably the only thing that we have inside of the app that is like really interesting. I do like the simplicity that they have in their own apps. Uh, right there. Right. Yeah, I can't show you the light mode because it's gonna break anyways. But in there, you just have, if you wanted to like add a perfume to what you're currently wearing today, um, you click on this thing, you can click on that button, which will AI generate a recommendation for you for the day, as far as I understand. But because I don't have any perfume in that app, it doesn't recommend shit that is annexed, so it's kind of making no sense. Like it shouldn't be there if it doesn't have the ability to do so. Like do a recommendation that makes sense. But you know, overall, it's pretty fine. The presentation is good and simple. Their system is clean. They just don't have anything, and it's pretty annoying that they don't have like I mean, it's pretty annoying. Let me. I would rather use my own app, obviously, because at least I don't have to manually add um, like an image. I'm extracting the images automatically, so that's just like way faster. Well, I get it, abilities and shit. But this is cute, but that's it. That's the only thing. This is just cute. And it has the thing that a lot of people have been complaining about on other devices, which I don't necessarily like. Which is this card specifically contain the Ad Cowrie app as a as branding. And the reason for this is that this is the only thing that people would screenshot within the app. And therefore, obviously, you want to have the branding of the app to be in there. But that is also like one of the reasons that a lot of people black out and making like using tape on top of logos on their devices, like Sony cameras and Nikon and so on. A lot of photographers have stickers on top of the logo just because it's no advertising whatsoever. And that's kind of the same thing on my end. I don't have the logo anywhere unless you are purposefully sharing something, in which case we put the logo in there. But other than that, none of it. So, you know, it's a fun stuff. Also, Stony, I'm guessing you're probably like in the coffee machine far away. I don't know if you can hear me. It doesn't really matter. Uh, but this matches the experience that you were talking about earlier of macOS doesn't really allow you to do things. This is one of the things. Like I can still scroll, I can still do things and interact with stuff. Just craft. Hi, Colin, how are you? How have you been? Even though it's not the focused app, but I can't really zoom in, and that's kind of sad. I can do things here, but yeah, nope. No peace for coffee. So yeah, that's an interesting system where you can still scroll, you can still do things, interact, but you can't zoom in and or pinch and zoom technically. You need to click in order to be able to pinch and zoom, which is, interesting. But it still works. Same thing here. You can still do that. When you click, you have access to that. So, eh, eh, I get it. Still, I'd I'd rather use that. I really need a better logo system, that is for sure, because I don't have a logo whatsoever. So that's something we need to do. Um, and then there are like a small thing that I need to fix. Like here, there are some animations issues that you wouldn't see unless you pay attention to it. So if I don't tell you what it is, we good. In the collections, we have things that are really good. It's just like it's kind of laggy at times for someone like me that has like 138 perfumes in the collections because it basically loads 138 images. There should be some sort of a virtualization system within the iOS scroll view. It is in place, but for some reason, it doesn't seems like it is working as it could, should, might. So I might have to implement like a bit more aggressive deallocation for the images so that they just don't stay loaded. But also, like this is like 138 items that shouldn't be a big issue anyways. So, and then these things needs to be revamped again. Going back to what I said last time, the fact that I've been relying, not really, but relying on AI and other chats to build this entire thing, there are a ton of cards that are missing and lacking in creativity and creations for something that is more interesting and unique. So Uh, you know, maybe. Mm, we don't have IT anymore. It's kind of sad. I might need to just do that. Just quickly. Just get it. Just need IT again. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, do I need to do that? I don't. God damn it. Nonetheless, you can't see that, so that's fine. But yeah, we'll see where that goes. And that's kind of sad based on what happens. The the Mom UI kit is again pushed back because I don't have access to most of the things. I need to make sure that I have the entirety of the package that runs and can be in the registry and working like we said on Monday. But in order to do that, I need to figure out exactly what needs to go and how it needs to interact together. So that's just going to take a lot more time if I don't have access to Cursor directly. So officially, Cursor renew in about 10 days, 20 days ish. I mean, on the 19th. So 20 something, which is fine. Like it's 3 weeks. But still, 3 weeks where I can't really do shit. So that's really sad for me. I need to rely on Claude and the CLI specifically, and it's just not as good as it needs to be. So we're gonna have to figure out some stuff. We have something that has been saved. Most of them, I think, are going to be for outsides, not necessarily for people that are here. I laughed at this for the same reason as usual, but just that header with that design. Really? Really? Like this doesn't look AI generated to you? I see. We have everything in there. We have it's kind of beige with my glasses, it's even beige-er. It's kind of beige in the background, like just a smidge. Um, the font is the font, and the placements is exactly the thing. The fact that this is just presented as not looking AI generated is such a weird thing because everything in there looks kind of AI generated, which is crazy. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if something looks AI generated or not AI generated. It's just, does it fit the use case and does the user base, target users, um, understand it? That's basically it. That's basically it. I don't know why this is. I mean, everything is AI generated lately. That's the other thing that is kind of sad. And I don't know if it's just a me thing. It might be just a me thing. But it might be also a you thing if you are someone that is looking at the state of design and the state of websites and things. Everything looks like it is coming from an LLM for the past few months. There's nothing that I've seen and I'm like, oh yeah, this is for sure handcrafted. Most of the things have been just, ah yeah, cool. I recognize like the font, I recognize the placements, I recognize the issues, like the drop down that I talked about last time. but it's just like it's a weird system. It's a weird thing. Maybe it's just me and pattern recognition and things. Nonetheless, this one is something that I wanted to talk about on last stream and then forgot. This is a very good presentation of what you can do as soon as you understand layering within your design, and that works for everything. This is what I used in Can for the coins within them, kinda, not really, but kinda. This is a set of six, eight-ish layers that are on top of each others that are behaving in specific ways. So you have the main illustration that is going to be the base. You will have these things that are like highlights and elements that are going to be getting an effect or used as masks. So this one might be used as a mask with this and this flying through on top of it. That gives you the highlight on the edges of the roses and the portions in question. And then you also have the same thing for the chain. Right here, you will have like a teeny tiny amount of shine, and then the edge for the the highlight on the edges as well. It's the same thing. But this is very interesting, and as soon as you understand how that works and how you can do and create this thing, you end up with the ability of doing this, which is going to be easy, I guess, potentially. Sadly, I don't think I will have any of these ones available. But shit like this, where basically you can see that the gradient in question isn't, and this is like based on phone orientation, the gradient is just rotating around as an overlay of the main content, but not as something else. And the coin inside has a bit of an issue with the shadows because like it it should also take the shadow into consideration to have like a bit of an offset while it's rotating. But at least by having like multiple layers, I think this one is made of three. You end up with something that is more realistic than if you just had the thing that I had to do on Android, which is like just the PNG and the PNG kind of rotate. Because doing that build on Android was a bit more complex for me at the time. If I go back there now, I think I could pull it off, but yeah, nonetheless, this is small details for the people that are building elements in apps, websites, anything else, just to help you build something that is a bit more interactive and creative. It's a good reference. That is a good reference. Um, we had talked about shit like this in the past in terms of creating the embossed effect. We had I mean, I made one on Monday because it's very easy and it's very simple. This one is really cool. They have more of a concrete embossed, which is like sharper than the paper embossed, which needs to have curved bevel. But this is really cute. It might, might, it might be a teeny tiny bit too strong in the highlight, but it also makes a lot of sense to kind of make these things a bit more prominent just so that people can see and perceive the separations. They do have some issues because they are using basically the same font that Denny is using on the landing page that is building portfolio thingy, where that's not linked together. That A and that R are not linked together, so there is a bit of a need for adjustments when it comes to the kerning of that font. I understand that if the A and the R are linked together properly, you end up with a lot of white space in between the two letters, which is greater than the R and T transition. But, you know, it might be good. It might be good to have, but they have like a pretty good presentation and the output is good. And then they have created that very chromatic, chromic glass effect that is, I don't think, a Figma glass effect. I mean, not the base. And it's pretty cool. It's built the same way that we have uh, we I don't know if we have this at the ready. It's gonna be up somewhere around the line of not this one. Before that? Did we do that before that? Maybe. I'm looking for the black one with the sphere in the center. I know that means nothing to you. If you haven't been here before and you haven't seen what we've done before on the assignment Tuesdays, that doesn't mean anything to you, which makes sense. Um, but either I passed it already, which seems like it. Yes, I did. It is interesting that it's like so far off. It's the same system that we had to do here for the chrome effect that we have around there and the reflections. So it's just like one of the shapes that have either multiple gradients and or multiple shapes inside of them. Going back to what we said last time and what we have presented and showcased, these are really impressive and really easy to do in terms of Figma recreations, but they are old and they are using the old system. So, for example, that kind of shadow highlight thing instead of that chrome gold system has some sort of a fade that is a blurred transition that we could 100% do now that we didn't have the ability to do before with the progressive blur right there. But we would need to like split this thing in two to have the other one or the other side to do the same thing. So that's debatable, but interesting nonetheless. So maybe at some point we could like rework them, redo some creations, and see if we can have some outputs that are better based on the new tech that Figma is providing. Like this thing is basic. That transition, for example, could, with a bit of a mask blur situation, could be better. But I don't know. I don't know. It depends. We have one for today if we wanted to, which we might do just for the sake of having something, um, you know, that it works. Other than that, this one was kind of funny because it looks like my logo. Not that it is a creative logo whatsoever, but it looks very, very similar to what I've done for my own logo, even though I do think that this is reversed. Um, it's interesting. They have like a pretty good presentation. The presentation within the app icon itself is really clean. They have changed some stuff, like they use this and this as a combination of something that is pretty neat. It just like that was just that looks like me. Looks like the logo that I know. Other than that, most of the things are pretty boring and basics. We have that system. If you are someone that is using SVG as a background for your elements, there is like a ton of things in there in the SVG patterns, which gives you the options to get like very cute and interesting output when it comes to your backgrounds effect. So very small details here, for example, you can have any other things with combination of multiples if you don't want to. Like this one is a very, very simple system. I do think that this is a, you know, it's an interesting ID in a very cool system because right now you can have your SVG to copy and then have that in your code. Uh, and I think that's cute. It's going to be useful if you need like a bit of a pattern in your background. The same thing that we did here, for example, with the dot pattern in the background with the grain. That simply having a bit of a better ID, bit of a better transition things that matches in a better way with the goal of the platform is interesting, and it doesn't take a lot of time, so that's cool. We'll see if we can implement some of that in some of the future projects, I guess. Maybe. But yeah, but that going into the interesting tools system is gonna stay there until we are done with it. Other than that, everything in there is very much the same. We have some more of the same. Every fucking designers, me included, not complaining, but we're all doing the exact same thing with a very, very interesting top section of the website that has draggable elements that can be repositioned, replaced, interacted with. Uh, it's yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. I don't know exactly if this is a good idea or bad idea. I think it's just like the patterns of going against the grain from the designer point of view, where you want some shit like this. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. This is more of a presentation of the work in a way that just breaks the pattern from most people. So you end up on this thing, and then you would have, like, for me, I would have some sort of a draggable, clickable, draggable elements potential in there, but it has like a bit of movement already without doing anything, and then it moves based on cursor positioning. And the goal here is some sort of a hero that is interactive without really being like something that you need to interact with to navigate. Like if you want something there, you will have the project. All of these images that are here are going to be coming from the projects themselves. So if you have like the image that is right here, like this one is going to be present somewhere around here. That's basically what it is. It's just a presentation issue rather than the rest, not necessarily something that is meant to be accessible. It's just it right now, from what I'm seeing, it's meant to be something that people are finding more fun and more interesting than the regular layout that the designer portfolio used to look like. And again, if we find the other three that I have saved around here, maybe. So this one is the same person with just a static version of this thing, where you can see things, and it's a bit of an infinite canvas, but it's everything on top of each other. And then you have things like Kate. Hi, what morning? You survived. Congrats. It is something that happens often. You have things like this that is coming from an other angle with the same ID, but this one is a bit more interesting because it has like a bit of physics within the entering the containers. So that's a fun thing, but it's the same concept. They're trying to get something that is not as boring and basic and just a list of things. And then the last one, if I find it every time, we're starting to have like 600 and something elements in there. So I see. This is what happened. I thought you were talking about today's title, which is different. That's sad. But also, if you survive and if you're still in the company, then you're still getting paid. Congrats on that. That's a good thing. That is a good news. We have this, which is very much similar as well, where presentation of projects, these ones are AI generated, as we mentioned before. And then the last, I'm going to use two because this one is one of the last, I guess. I'm trying to find some of the first that I saved and talked about. I have a feeling that it was before I started implementing this thing, because it's just It's been a while now. It's been a while. Um, is this? Hmm, it is, but that's not the one that I wanted to showcase. I guess we can go into uh, the bug lady. Bug lady is good enough to make things that are cool. So you have this, as mentioned, and then you have things like this, you know, where it's more organic, and that's basically the goal for these things, to just make sure that you can interact with the content. Is it accessible, as you mentioned? Not really. Is it good? Kinda. It makes something more creative for designer portfolio, and that's basically what it is. Um, but every single designer and their mom lately have been implementing something that looks like this, where, you know, it's not a list anymore. It's a bit of a follow through, or there's a scrolly telling or something else. Why are you reverting? Like, same thing. This one is one of the biggest scrolly telling things, where I don't like these whatsoever. Um, but I was also, why are you not? Why can't I fucking pause the video? What the fuck is that? Why is this the most broken link that we had, where I can't pause a video? Okay, cool. Uh, I was just counting the fingers. Then there's one more, but also there's not one more around here. So that's just like, mm, mm. Anyways, anyways, um, but this is the same thing. This is the same content, same ID, where you have things that are just floating around. This one specifically is very basic and very simple, because you don't have like much. It's just like teeny tiny stickers here and there you can move around. Have a good props section. I have things for props technically in that thing. Think that props needs to take a look at, like that. I'm sure they would like that. And then this one is kind of the same idea, the same concept, the same thing, where it's just once again a bit of a constructed thing, and it is interesting. It's not exactly accessible, but it's fun, and it's what makes you stand out from a designer point of view right now. So that's the thing. Try it. Welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, I don't know if they decided to make it pop at some point. Um, I don't think they did. I know that they had things in the media tab, which came back, which is pretty cool. They had thing with like bugs and other stuff that we talked about before, because that was like some of the first one, but they don't have other options. I wouldn't I wouldn't say they didn't think about it. Maybe if they click on this thing, it just pops. But I don't know if they thought about it. Maybe they didn't. And I agree with you. If they didn't, then it's a missed opportunity for sure. For sure. No questions. But that doesn't change the fact that this is basically the type of things that people are trying to do, like making sure that the UI, that the thing that you are seeing doesn't look like one more list, and people are just making or using like shaders in the background to make things look better, but also making things uh, with that kind of layout that is more organic and natural, shit like this, for example. Um, Instead of having like a full section, you just have a sticker or post-it or sticky note somewhere that is just like on the side that looks more natural. Which again, I'm not immune to this thing in the sense that here, for example, there would be some things like this. I will also probably most likely implement some shit that is like, again, I'm looking for the things, we can't find it. That's the usual. Um, I know it's about, I think it's on this side, but I'm obviously not sure now. We talked about it. It is one of these annotation system within the landing page. Some of these I feel like are not as true in terms of fake annotations, but they work. Right there. Like things like this is probably what I'm gonna have to implement at some point. Just for the sake of continuity in between my current website and this thing that I'm trying to experiment with. I don't even know if this is going to be something somewhere at some point. It's just like right now I'm testing stuff. But by the simple point that um, I do have since 2023, 2024, I've been having these things as handwritten arrows and presentations, to just get the user's attention to have like organic and human generated or non-AI generated things on top of the content. This is the type of shit that I need to re-implement around here, re-implement within this thing. So as I mentioned, I made sure to have like specifics, um, elements, quirks for each of the case studies. So this one has this kind of Sharpie watercolor effect in the background. I feel like it's, sorry for the flashbang. I feel like it works pretty well on light mode because that's most adequate for it. Made sure as well to have like the background be the purple color for that client specific things. But then when you reach the section that is like about colors, if you switch to another one, everything is kind of following through. So that is kind of the idea, the concept of making sure that everything that I'm building and adding within the case studies are kind of aligned with the overall goal and the overall understanding of what the user will have when they are in here. Um, so that's something. Will I make it animated? I do have a bit of an animation here. It's just not on repeat. So it's only there. It kind of glitch when I'm refreshing the page. But yeah, I could re-implement the thing that I had with the on hover animates. Um, might happen. Might happen. I don't know. I don't know. But there will be some like needed loader animations and other things that we have on other platforms that could make sense, would make sense. And same thing for the other things. So if I go into all of the other case studies that we have, the Yoka one has the pattern that we have on the landing page. Um, and then that's about it for now because I don't know exactly how things are going to change in there. For the band one, everything is pretty clean. We have the same. That's not the portfolio. That's just like I need a place to have case studies for me. And I'm thinking about potentially using that as a base for a portfolio, but I don't know. I don't like it. So maybe that's what I will say. That's a maybe. But nonetheless, I have like the correct effects for all the things. By the way, this is not changing the colors in the dots, which is interesting. Um, but like that's something. Dapshi, hi. Uh, for the band thing, for perfume, we have these things right here where if you click on something, you will have the particle effect, even though it's a bit more strong than what we have in the app. Actually, it's just there, so that's just fun. However, uh, no one will basically see this unless they click on something and then they will say, "Oh yeah, that's probably just an effect on the buttons." But then if they click outside, they can see this thing. I thought you were about to make it, but you didn't. And yes, Dapshi's now out of token, and that's why he's here. So he needs some review on the thing that he shared on the designer help that we're gonna take a look at. So that's one of the things that I added. I also wanted to have like other things. Same shit here. I implemented, not really, but like implemented these things to have the cursor placement rotation that I was showcasing earlier. And then I also navigate like added the navigation system that we have as a basic things to see if it works. The quiz doesn't work, but just in case, like, you know, having like a bit of a presentation of how it is interesting. And so all of that like is things that make sense to have as a portfolio case study things, but it's also like a lot of text and a lot of content that just doesn't make sense. From my point of view, it's mostly uh, like addition, just presentation and shit. And then the last one is the mom UI kit, which just contains nothing except the correct icons and the correct components. The thing that I'm trying to put in place is this, the fact that this toggles could potentially also trigger dark mode and light mode switch. So feels congrats. You've been lending on your first try in the past two streams. I don't know what you did, but you did something. Congrats on that. I don't know what's happening in there. I don't know. I'm probably not making it. Um, am I making it? Nah, I am. I did made it, but I made it not in the center. God damn it. I don't know. I don't know why this one is failing right there. It's failing for me as well. Like as in it's not supposed to fail, but it failed, and I don't know why. So it works for you, but feels didn't pick the right one. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that I feel like Angry Hippo is coming into the designer portfolios in the past few months, where most people are trying to implement things that just like make the page stand out in the flu of everyone is the same. And right now, everyone is the same with this. So again, Kane, to answer the question, this is not the portfolio. This is mostly like a uh, this is mostly like a an experiment on my end to see if things work and have kind of fun with the outputs, uh, like understanding physics, the thing that I kind of stole from Grizz. Not really. I did the same thing on Ben in the first place, but having like proper physics for the previews around this element, uh, changing the preview as well based on light mode and dark mode was pretty fun. The fact that these icons are also changing based on light mode and dark mode, um, all of that is kind of fun, kind of simple, and yeah. Also, that thing is absolutely wrong. But we'll see. I need to spend more time on that. Where's yours? Good question. I don't think it's there. I don't know. I don't know. The reason why I have only these is every project in which I have touched the code. That's basically what it is. So it's kinda the artifact things where because Claude and Cursor and other things have some sort of an history memory for the chats that happened in the past. I can generate something that contains stuff. I can check the diff in the GitHub repo that are related to me and then generate something out of it, and that's basically what it is. So that's the reason why yours is not there. I could, and that's the debate on my end. This is a slow burn, actually. That's what it is. I'm highly debating adding all of the other things. I don't know why the emote are not there, it feels. Maybe you are not subbed on the Stonies section. Maybe your sub ended. That's the reason why you don't have emotes. Hmm. Hmm. No more money sent. Uh, but shit like PM is something that you don't know about. Things like Wath is something that you don't know about either. Struff as well. The ALC is something that is a bit more personal, but at least you have weird stuff. Maybe you need to refresh the page. I don't know. Han is something that you haven't heard of, and I could talk about it. I could have like a bit of a preview and a case studies in there, which could be interesting, but it's also like not necessarily good enough. And all of these, like, is an interesting concept, but that didn't work. Kagako is something that didn't work either. Involved, neither worked. Lawing is the thing that I'm using, which is not making any fucking sense for most people, or at least to explain. And then there is like so much in there that I could create like a ton of case studies based on that because I have the GitHub diff and repos and commits and things. So that's the reason. Now it's back. I also don't understand that. Why it's just like so sensitive. But it works. So yeah. And Hungry People, you did nothing. You just talked about or asked if the thing was accessible. And that's just the thing. You did nothing. It's just this is the direction in which people are going right now. That's it. That's it. Don't worry about it. Um you did nothing. Forget about it. Actually, for you specifically, I have two things, but yeah, for this thing. Um you said or you added the not feeling it. I don't know. I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it either. I think it's a pretty good option to just let the user say, yeah, I'm not sure that this workout would go or we would go through like it would be a good idea. What? There is a bit of a concept as well in these types of apps specifically for you. It's the same thing for me on Perfume, where the user use or has the apps because they believe that you have more understanding and more knowledge than them. So there is a need for some sort of authority of this is what is best for you. and letting the user say, okay, let me just change this thing and this thing manually, or let me just switch something because, it's it's just like not possible because I don't have the equipment of some things. But um, I agree with that as well. I agree with that as well. I would say even if the ego is on the ceiling or in or through the ceiling, um, they still wanted to use the app to create a workout, uh, in a way. Like it's there to guide you. So if you don't follow the guidance, then what's the point anyway? So that's the only thing that I would say. I could um like have a specifically when you're creating the workout, have some sort of a switch this exercise. Like something not right or something's right or whatever. Based on what we've done last time, during the chat, there is review this workout before you put it in place. And if I have enough messages, I can say, well, that's pretty good, but I don't have access to a gym, so I'm just doing calisthenics for now, and it's going to regenerate something. Uh, but yeah, I d- but I do agree with you that it's easier specifically like this section right there of saying, well, I don't have enough time or I don't have the equipment because I don't have the gym. But that's the thing. Though single session and modify plan is a good thing. So if you know that, like, I don't know, I cut my finger, it hurts, I don't want to, use dumbbells on this way or this time, so I have an injury and therefore I'm going to just change something here. That's pretty good. And then modifying the plan because I know that I don't know, something happens or I change gym or I go somewhere else. I'm on vacation, uh, so I don't have access to my usual thing. Then maybe I'm gonna change the plan entirely for the next 2 weeks and then go back to that previous version. I kind of get that. It makes sense, but it's also like kind of I don't know. I don't know. Um, I'm also expecting, based on you, that these are using the messages, the chat in itself. So if I'm saying that it's like a single session and I'm short on time on this one, and then I'm adding something, it's going to generate something. So it's going to be within the paid tier. Um, this is something that you could market as a paid feature within that button right there, in the sense that um, you could just have like a switch it up button right there, like a small switch it up button that is just like not filling it type of things, but marketed as everything is fine. It's just like I want something a bit different today. And then that would be with a bit of a, the regular plus badge that implies that the thing is in debate tier. I'm gonna go into high tea because high tea has that all the time. High tea is really good. We love high tea. um, they have like a lot of very cool things, and every time yet there is something that is in the pro tier, it's gonna be something like this. And they do that kind of badge for anything that is supposed to be paid. And they have like so many stickers that are so cute. Um, So, you know, a small badge like this, mm, as in this is pain. Height is really great. I love the design of this app. But yeah, like that's something that you could do to market it as something that is like a feature in the paid tier. And you know, it's an option. You could do the same thing that I've done on Perfume for the not feeling it, which is basically the same thing that you have, where if I'm here and I have my perfume right there, I can start the test or I can put it to sleep for like 60 days. So it doesn't get recommended for the next 60 days. But then if I go back in and I just start a test, it's just gonna awaken it. And that's basically the system. So like what? Like what specifically? But yeah, no, nonetheless, this is basically the view that I would expect um here instead of having like that thing underneath. I would rather you have like let's go and then switch it up on the side than this because this is breaking the hierarchy of the page itself. Um, and then just me being me because you know you asked for feedbacks. I'm seeing other things. These fucking badges, make sure that you have at least, visually speaking, the same amount of space top and side. Right now, it's like side is 2 pixels, tops is 8. So make sure that, you know, it's probably the case, and it's just like the font itself is taking a lot more height, but just give it a bit more width on these things so that they are cleaner. But yeah, that's necessary. The other thing that I'm seeing, and I don't know, this is more of a you thing. You have like session A that is in a pill shape element, and then you have everything else that is in a square shape element. So I don't know if the hierarchy of information makes sense in these two, like the relatedness of these things is kind of weird. Your tabs are circular, your session's circular, but then every sub label slash badges slash tags are square. I don't know. I don't know, but nonetheless. And then the machine is busy during the workout is not a bad idea. It depends. Maybe that would work. So on my end, we have things that are basically like this, where you have your exercise A. This is gonna be this is gonna be big. That's right. You have your exercise that is right there. This is the thing that you need to do, and then it is followed by exercise number 2 and 3 and 4 for your entire session. And in some places, and I know that it really depends, but in some workout apps and workout recommendations, I don't necessarily know exactly how on your end it's going to work, but in some people, this is what's happening. You have um, basically your points kind of there. Good, baby. That's gonna work. Um, the workout in question is going like this, where you end up with you do exercise one time, then you go to exercise two, then three, then four, and then you go back to exercise one, and then you cycle. Like that's one of the thing that I've seen before that kind of works. Or you have the other option, which is you do your exercise. This is going to be so bad. You do all of your thing, and then you go to exercise two, and you do all of your things, and you go to exercise three, and you do all your things, and you do this one, and when you're done, and you don't need to go back to the first one. Your session is going through a system that is like on a on a machine per machine situation. So in the machine is busy, um, you it only can work if you end up like, okay, cool. So the machine was busy here, so you jumped this, you arrived here instead, and then it just means that you need to go back there to go back here, or you need to do like you need to wait. And so that's a bit of a weird thing from my point of view. I feel like it shouldn't be an issue, but then again, as we have established in the past, when it comes to going to the gym and the type of workout that I'm doing, I am not the best example at making sure that the thing is just good because it's just going to be okay, cool. So today I'm supposed to do cardio, like that was this morning, for example. I did my cardio and then I was like, well, let me just do triceps as well because it's been a bit. And I just went there, did my stuff, and then went out. So, uh, so that's the thing. But then I have a guy in my gym that is doing this system of doing one exercise, moving to an exercise somewhere else, and he's basically hogging like five machines where he comes in with five towels that he placed on the machines that he needs, even though like he might be here and this one is like in 15 minutes from his session, but it's hogged and you can't use that because it's his stuff. Uh so it's a weird system. And I didn't for I didn't for a long time, and then this year, I mean technically last year, but like it's just started to be like more prominent, and yeah, I don't know how it happened, but it happened. And now, yeah, the guy is just like putting five towels on the things, and I'm like, I, I don't hog the stuff. I don't know. Just one machine per person, one exercise at a time. Let's just do all of that, and then once that's done, you're good. It's done. And you go there, and then it's done. And you go there, then it's done. Then you go to this one, and you're done, and you're out of the gym, and that's just like makes a lot more sense because I mean, specifically for me, this as a system based on the fact that I'm going through uh not that this system, personally speaking, I'm gonna have uh usually 3 to 4. It depends on the day, but like usually 3 to 4. And it's just 3 sets. And you do one, you do two, you do three, and then you're done. Like this is done. And you move on. Nishit, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So to me at least, that's the system that I have that pretty much works and ensure that I have off my sets, off my volumes, off everything. Uh, done. Please share a link or an image or something. Um, and actually going back in the stab of you have the camera, I get it. I agree with you. But in the past 2 years of me being more consistent to the gym than usual and pushing a bit more than usual, not much because I don't care, but whatever. Um, I used to wear t-shirts from this brand in small. Like they used to be small size, and then they started to be too tight, and I started wearing M's, and it was good, but then it started to be too tight, and I started wearing L's, and then the L's are starting to be tight on the arms again, and I don't see any changes. Personally speaking, I don't think I have any fucking muscle. This is on dysmorphia and shit, but it started again. So I now I'm looking at XLs for the next batch of new t-shirts. So yeah, it's gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad. My experience for superset if the machine is occupied, I just swap the exercise in reality. Um, but keep it in the app as it is. Yeah, the that makes sense. The thing as well in what Dapshi is doing is that the system might not work this way based on what we have, or at least what I've tried last time. The system was more on a machine sets, and then you move on to the next one, and you don't do machine A set one, machine B set one, machine C set one, machine A set two, machine B set two, and so on. So superset is not necessarily something that I've seen in the app, but I don't know if that's an option. So uh, yeah, I just didn't see it last time, so that might be a reason. That might be the reason. Uh, Nisha, did you send something? You didn't send something. Didn't send anything. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just like it's easier to go in boxes and just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then move on. But please take 10 minutes. Um, but I did the same thing in the past when I was like um too tired to do one of the exercise. Like for example, let's say I'm on a a mixed full body, like mostly legs, but also has some upper as well. And then legs are starting to be like sore, but not too much, but like very much burning. I might swap in the order and just say I'm doing the push-ups that I need to do instead of the squats. And then during the squats in the app, I say that I'm doing the squats, but I'm doing the push-ups or the opposite things. So I get it. I did that as well. And that's also one of the thing that I'm like, I don't know if the app or using an app make any sense if it is that rigid, because most of the time it's just going to be, for me at least, what's available, what can I do, and what's the plan? Like what's the vague plan? Today I'm supposed to do curls, shoulder, pecs, maybe. Cool. Let's go. That's it. And then am I using the app? Am I not using the app? I don't really care, but I can just record the fact that I did the things after the fact. But I get it. Um, yeah, I do think that the machine is busy, take an alternative thing is a good option. However, if that cost, even though I understand that your app is mostly a paid thing and people need to have the subscription in order to use it, that's your hard paywall situation. But if it costs on usage, um, it doesn't, it's not gonna make any sense. So to reuse this thing, because it's gonna make sense as well, you have the main exercise that is this, but then that main exercise may have siblings or similar things that are like related, unrelated, same muscle group, but different output or something. And so providing a way for the user to just say, uh, like, let me go there instead. Sorry. Like the machine is busy, the machine is occupied, and I can't go there. But then the system is like, okay, cool. So we have these three alternatives if you want that are not using the machine, or we have these two options that are calisthenic based that are like don't require a machine, but you might need a dumbbell, for example. Or we have this thing that are using, or just one that is using like a very different machine in a very different way that we have in the database of exercise that we have for this. And that could work. The thing that I want to say based on what we discussed last week or 2 weeks ago is the fact that these things that we are discussing are most of the time going to be gym related. And since the app allow for yoga, pilates, hikings, any other things that the user may be interested in, then maybe, and that's like a big ass maybe, um, this level of like customization or recustomization is too much for 99% of the usage, unless you know, as in on your data analysis and so on, that most of your users are in the gym and not doing any other things, in which case then go for it. But I have a feeling that from the beginning we've been talking about the fact that this is like mostly related to gym and machines and exercises and things. But if you do yoga, you don't really have a machine. If you do Pilates, you're probably going to be with a specific machine within like a coach environment or a Pilates studio. They have that now that will give the user the entirety of the beds and the thing that are moving and so on. In which case, the app itself doesn't really help in any way, shape, or form other than having the accountability thing, which is you went there today. Congrats. That's the streak. That's the thing that you are going to do because the workout is going to be given by the Pilat host, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I don't know. But that's also a thing to keep in mind, I guess. It is. You're a workaholic. It's a lot of exercise, not executables, but yeah, exercises. Um, so yeah, actually, I don't know. Denny, hi, workaholic. You are green again. God damn it. Um, not ex-girlfriends, no. Ex-girlfriend doesn't have the second E. Second he is not in there. Not in there. Um, how are you both? How's the heat? So yeah, I don't know. Um, actually, that's the thing because we have been talking about the gym most of the times. I don't know if it applies to the rest, and because I don't know if it applies to the rest, I feel like um, it might, yeah, it might be a waste of time for you to just try to figure it out because you'd end up in a better spot if you just anything that makes sense as a global element rather than a topic focused thing. But yeah, and then yes, it is the same here. It's the same. My bakery staff told me that apparently we might hit 50 degrees in June or July in the next 2 months. 50, 50, 50. Ah. I'm gonna buy a second AC and put it in the same room and hope for the best. The thing that we are talking about is for next year. Um, is this thing? Me. Yeah. Um, I think that's the thing in question they were talking about. Um, that there is a wave, a heat wave that is coming from Peru and like all there. That is basically a heat wave that is supposed to not happen this way, and now it's getting bigger this time, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, um, it's it's a cycle, and right now, basically, what's happening is that the waters that are supposed to be uh, cooling are heating up, and yeah, they uh, but it's cycling every like 2 to 6 years or something. So we'll see. We'll see. But it apparently with that transition thing in 2027, potentially we will have some of the hottest things. So yeah. But then again, as I mentioned, which is right now not displayed, which is kind of sad. uh, in about a week, we are dropping from a max of 32 to a max of 22. So we are losing 10 degrees. And in the Netherlands, from someone else, they are dropping 15 degrees. in between uh the hottest and the hottest in about a week. And that's a bit of a crazy thing. And all of that is just because it's going to rain a bit. So, it's a good thing. The person that I saw apparently was showcasing one place in the Netherlands, and it would have been the minimal of the day was 1 degree. 1 degree on, I think it was on Wednesday next week. So yeah, yeah, it's going down for me, which is pretty good. It's not necessarily going much down in Japan, but it's we are basically in the same thing. So I'm kind of happy with that. I would go back there when it rains. Um, but yeah, that's crazy. The slope is crazy. I guess my cousins and aunts are dead now. 36, God damn it. God damn. She's going down. So that's the thing. But yeah, definitely. Other than that, I feel like there's not a lot that we can do about it. Um, Having things that are dedicated to the usage is good, but I would argue that because we are mostly focused on stuff that are gym based, it might not be a good thing much. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. To be checked. Nonetheless, this one has a bit more interactions than last time that we looked at it. They have some specific selections zoom into the portion of the body and then the overall usage of the muscles throughout the week, which I think is something that you should, might want to implement. And then I wanted to mention something that is pretty important. This is bad based on the thing that we showcased last week or last Monday. I forgot at this point. It's been a while. um, the the morphing from male to female thing. I don't switch gender and muscle composition every Monday. Like this is not what happened. I just have the hair, but I don't have the rest that changes. So the fact that they have the switch here of male female is such a waste of space, and you should not have this. You should have body type definition in the login creation something, and then you're done. And then it's probably never going to change. So again, this is probably just for the presentation's sake because they wanted to have something so we understand, but still, so interesting nonetheless to see. But the fact that they have click on muscle to have the usage on the week, exhaustions and so on is an interesting thing. I feel like you do have something similar, and I think you might want to keep that in. So yeah. For inspiration purposes, this is pretty good. Yeah, we don't have. I'm kind of sad that you don't have similar to me, that you give me like so much more data, or so much more data, that you give me so much more variations and updates of your own apps. That's the thing. It's not like you're giving me data on the app itself. It's just like, might be better to just update a bit more. But again, same thing, very interesting system. The muscle target thing that you have here, which is probably the muscle exhaustion thing that you have. There is an interesting system. You have your weekly goal that is what they have here as well. And then you can kind of see that in a simplification way, this one has a simpler interface compared to yours, in the sense that there is a lot of duplicated information in here that might not be necessary in like the last workouts and the muscle usage. Like I understand that this is on the weekly basis, like how much have I hit legs this week compared to what did I do last workout that made sense. But this might be a bit of a better experience for the user in the sense that it's just like it's simpler and easier to scan when they arrive on the page in the first place. Or like the beginning of the day, they're like, okay, cool. So I'm on a 4 day streaks. We good. We are good on biceps, and shoulders is basically exhausted-ish. So let me just chill on this one. And then seeing like the body comps and where we are is potentially a good option as well to have it like a bit bigger. So that might be what you want, or what you want to do. But that would also imply that it would push the progress picture to be like lower in the app, which I don't, based on what we said last time from the review, it is really low and not necessarily something that looks like a main feature, even though I do think that it's going to be a selling point or a conversion point of some people to be like, oh, cool, I use this app, it's good. Let me just share a picture with some stickers. And then people are like, oh, where that's coming from. So to be checked. But yeah, that's the thing. I I still do like a lot of what they have and the presentation of what they have. Um, so, you know, taking that as a reference is never a bad idea. Never a bad idea. So if you want to, you know, get some inspiration, yeah. Don't copy one to one as always. Like this is not the goal. The goal is just to make sure that you have something that makes sense. I think they have made a good choice in the simplification of the app itself, which is the same thing. Like in here, I think that I was reading earlier today, the app, which is Kaori, that is the competitor to Perfume, basically, they are doing a very good job at making the app very minimalistic. And there is a ton of things in there that I feel like are good-ish. The presentation is okay and so on, but it's also it's interesting, but it's not like as good or so good that I would implement some of their stuff on my side. Like they have some presentation that I do like these things with the folder or the collections is a good option, is a good idea. I have something that is very similar, but it doesn't look the same, obviously. Um, and then the calendar is an interesting thing, but it's not like it's not so good that I would steal it. I think that the calendar that I have is a bit better than what they have, based on the fact that I have the bottle images. But I do like the concept of having the main scent family that is from that perfume as the background of the cell. So if it's like a more floral, more like earthy here, maybe something that is like green, as in this is a note, grassy thing that you can feel that you can have that in the cells. That's pretty good. But then you don't know exactly what you had. So having the stickers themselves makes a lot more sense for me. Um, and then here they have this system that is kind of uncertain from my point of view. Like I don't really get it. I understand what it means and how it's organized. It's basically the placements in the axis of the scent, but it's also like not necessarily making any sense for anyone that is not deep into the perfumes and so on. And then the pyramids is kind of weird as well from my point of view, so I don't necessarily like this. But they have some good things, but they have a ton of things in there that I just like. It looks really bad um, to me, so I don't like it. But you know, they have this though. This is what I need to implement. That I tried to implement and didn't, and it's basically the same thing as you, which is basically letting the user uh, create or take a picture and then have something generated, exportable, shareable for a post or for a story, which was the um, initial ID, and that is probably going to need to happen um, soon. But again, I have no tokens, so I can't use that. I can't use that, but that's like something that I will probably use, um, or reuse or recreate or do something about it. But yeah, I still think that the overall like rendering that we have in this is not gonna work. This is not gonna be as good. Um, the have a good look. The rendering that we have in light mode for this thing, personally speaking, if I'm comparing that view, which is competitor view, to the one that I have a bit of a preference for what I have created, mainly because of these sections right there, and mostly in things like the one that I had yesterday. Yesterday, what did I have yesterday? I think I had wooden fusion yesterday. Yeah. The fact that I have this right here and then get off my thoughts, even though this is a bit of a messy thing, I feel like it looks more interesting and informative. And then there is a ton of holiday that I don't have in there, which could be simplified in this. Like this is a pretty good option, but just visually speaking, when I'm looking at this, I feel like this is a bit of a better system. But then this is the recommendation for today kind of thing based on the collection. So this is what I have here, which again, obviously, since, as I mentioned, this thing's popped in a month, 2 months ago ish. And there is a ton of things in there that are very much inspired by what I have created. So, you know, but I'd rather have this than what they have uh, in their presentation of the perfume itself, which is not, they don't have anything in the presentation of the perfume, like what is the composition other than this. Like that's the note composition and that's the positioning in the family. And on my end, it's not present in the beginning because it makes no sense. Um, but then if you wanted the details, you still have like all of the notes, which is here, in the same pyramidal thing because we don't have a choice, and then how they map within the perfume, like where are we, how much are there, and so on. So yeah. Um, that's a good question. It depends. There is so many. Uh, I'm probably gonna be in the initial things just because they are pretty good. So things like Narcotic Delight or Rehab is one of my favorite. Um, I'm kind of sad that I don't have it anymore. I might just go back and get a bit of a sample for this. Um, but the initials have some very intense sense. So that's a thing. I remember Secret Root is not necessarily a thing. If you want something that is like dark, as in church, Au Sacré is pretty good, but it's very churchy. So if you don't like incense and other things, it's not gonna be as good. This is the most pimp old money uh flavors stuff as I mentioned before. This is a this is a very much English pimp vibe. It's kind of crazy. Um, it disappeared fast though. That's one of the reasons why I didn't really like it. I had uh I had the sample 3 times because they messed it up. But that's that's fine. No, that's not there, but that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea to have an app command. But I have so many. So Dandy is pretty good. The thing that is a bit of a different um, personal take, I guess, on this is going on a night out and having like a dinner date and something, you know. Um, it's I wouldn't I wouldn't wear a perfume that is very strong. I would wear something that is mostly clean and mostly there as an afterthought. Like you don't smell bad, but you don't like reeks of perfumes. And the initial ones is something that it's like you need to slow down. Like less spray is gonna be good because they are very, very poignant. But if you go into something like Melancholy or Enfanoir or Expo, these ones, which are the same brand, which is kind of shutting down, so you probably can't find them. These ones are very quiet, um, and and unnoticed for the longest time. And then if you're close by, maybe you will figure out that there is something, but it's like very intimate in a way. Other than that, which I think is better. Fino, hi, welcome in. Um, how are you? Some things like concrete, mainly because I love the fact that the bottle itself is made of concrete. And the brand itself, which is Japanese brand, is an interesting one as well. Um, it's you know, it makes sense. It's cute. It does the job, but it's weird. So some people will not necessarily like this. Um, and so as I mentioned, like shit like Blanche, which is one of the clean linen, clean bed sheets type of vibe, so like laundry detergent type of smell. It smells clean. It has a bit of a weird thing in the beginning with the violet and the roses inside of that. but overall, it's fine. And at the end of the day, it's very much a clean, clean thing. And today I'm on the Gladiator uh fucking thing, and this is just that was the description. Uh that's the Mandy Man, the the very gladiator thing. So it smells roughly like a that's gonna be bad. It smells roughly like a better Axe body spray, if you know how it smells. There is like a ton of them that are like very similar, but it has that vibe of cheap perfume, but it is a tad better. So like it, and then we love the bottles. So obviously that's the thing. Again, I'm a sucker for bottles. So if the bottle is good, I'm probably gonna test it out because goddamn, what do you mean? What do you mean? That's crazy. So I don't know if I have still saved the. I don't. God damn it. Uh, there is a brand that I forgot that I think I sent to Kat at some point. Um, that has like some of the most incredible bottle caps, but that's it. The rest, I don't know. It's just that's just it. I haven't tried. I haven't tried them. You have these ones as well, which are like kind of crazy, but then I don't like the perfumes themselves. They are okay, but bottles are just crazy, and it's just fun for that reason. Uh, I guess I probably removed that, but in the kind of date night things, um, it's interesting that that happens to you. Um, and I kind of agree with some of that. A lot of people don't have the differentiations in between the scents, and it's not like a bad thing. It's just like this is what happens. I kind of don't. I have a better nose than before because I've been practicing for the past 2.5 years roughly. Um, but yeah, I mean I get it. Then Saxon Cognac is probably an interesting one for you as well, based on the name, first of all, but also based on the scent. It's pretty nice. It kind of makes sense in the sense um, of the date night slash classy-ish things. It's a bit more laid back, classy, but it's still classy, and it's interesting. Have honed, yes. The the 138 that are in that collection is all the thing that I have tested that have been in my collection at some point. Yes. Smoking gun is an interesting one. It's very smoky and it's pretty good in the beginning, but it might be overpowering for date night. So that's a thing. But I do love Saxon Cognac for sure. And then Hinoki Showers is a very dark green forest kind of vibe. Like Hinoki is a bit of pine, or type of pine, and it's very interesting. I do like it. It's a bit complicated to get access to these perfumes because they are Korean. Born to Stand Out is a Korean brand that is not necessarily available everywhere. So you know that's That's a thing. Burnt roses is fine. Drunk lovers is fine as well, but it's not the vibe that you want to have. Close your eyes and is a very, very clean thing. So if you want to appear clean and smell clean, this is one of the best options. But the bottle is so tiny. So tiny. Uh, Other than that, that's the one that I used to wear on weekends. Uh, this is an overpowering type of vanilla. So if you just want to smell sweet, this is just vanilla, cinnamon, uh, and kind of floral, but roughly vanilla and cinnamon. It's nice. And it looks good. Someone like you that like kind of gold and shiny things, this is a very gold and shiny thing. The bottle itself is the same as the Big Brother bottle that is somewhere around here. It's kind of the same vibe when it comes to um, how you know, the glass is not glass, but like the glass is not flat. So yeah. Um, I see. That makes sense, Finn. That makes sense. There is a ton of things. Um, I forgot where you're located, but in Europe right now, there is a ton of things that are currently in the process of getting bans in perfumes. So it's just like because we used to extract things with specific chemicals in the past, or we used to have some specific chemicals in the perfume that end up being like bad for your skin or bad for your health in the long term. They are banned from consumption and creations. So that might change some things, but you can't find a very famous perfume with a crown cap. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't I don't know what crown cap. Like a crown like this, or a crown like this, or a crown like this. Like what's the crown type? Because there is so many, apparently. Um, you're located in the Netherlands as well as Stony and Fields. um, yeah. Have a good shower. That thing, I guess. I mean, you just have article amberwood, but this is blonde amber. So let me see if amberwood is different. It's the same shit. Um, and when you say you can't find it, you mean you can't find it on my side, or you can't find it? I mean, you can find it here. So I'm guessing you just can't find it on perfume per se. Like it's not in there. Um, shit. I don't know if, I mean, Amberwood is there, if that's the one that you are looking for. Um, and I don't know if we have, I mean, we don't have the article specific definition, but Amberwood is in there, if that's the thing. Now, if you have it, if you want it, you can add it to the app. It's interesting that we have so many. We probably are missing a lot. As always, the database that I have is only up to 2024, kinda. I've added a ton of perfumes in the past few months. Um, like most of it, to be honest, is not much, but we have officially we were supposed to have something like 40,600 perfumes. I think that's how much it ships with. And now I have added 1,000 perfumes roughly. Um, Manually one by one for things that are like kind of Chinese perfumes that people are interested in. Um, and other creations, I feel like document is probably not the one that I was looking for. The do I have at least? Blackpool is not the one. Blackpool has so much. Um, Hovian. Hovian is the one that I was looking for earlier, which is look at this. Their new collection have these caps, which are really cute and really interesting when it comes to like the presentation and shit. I like that, but then their other perfumes have such an interesting prose score as a cap. It's pretty cool and it's impressive. And it's Ukrainian, I think. Ukrainian brand. But you know, again, the same thing for me. It's basically I'm not necessarily interested in the perfume scent, at least not in the beginning, but more in the bottle style. And if the bottle styles is interesting to me, I might just get it so that it's just it looks cool and see if it makes sense, if it smells good and so on. But most of the time, most of the things that I have in my collections are coming from the fact that it's just, oh yeah, the bottle was looking so interestingly good that yeah. Yeah, I again because this is a design stream 90% of the time. Right now it's not. Um I have a term which is getting designed, and when you get designed is when the thing that you buy is not that good, but the box was so nice that you just bought the thing. And I'm getting designed very often. Very often. There is a ton of things in my collection of products that I have only because the box was good. Like the same shit here. This is a glittery bottle. Perfume itself is like, nah. I've known better. Like it's fine, but I've known better days. Uh, Wooden Fusion was okay. It's just like maybe not that interesting to be honest. Um, but yeah, getting designed all the time, always for this for apps as well. Like if you're building an app or project or something, and the output that you have it is looking better than most of the rest of the market for the same type of apps, I'm probably gonna go with you. Um, because it just makes more sense to me. Not necessarily this one because revamp is a bit of a weird thing, but if your apps look like this, I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, I could see why I would use this instead of anything else. So, even though it's the exact same thing as any other app that does the exact same thing. So, it's just like very simple. That's interesting. That was my idea for the collection of perfumes. Uh, boy. Mm. Mm. Anywho, um, the thing, and I should have saved this, I know, but I didn't. Um, the thing that I have against the engineered uh, is that I personally I am missing on a lot of things because it just isn't easy to use. Like there is a ton of apps and a ton of micro software that would make my life so much easier that I know I would benefit from, but just because it's not as intuitive as it needs to be, or it's not as fluid as it needs to be compared to the other better organized or implemented apps, I'm not using them. And there is like things like Cursor, for example, which is the AID stuff. I'm using it because the UI is good and the implementation is pretty good. But then things like Z, which is better, implementation wise, it's just like a bit all over the place, and there are some things that I don't really understand. And therefore it's just like, no, it doesn't fit. VS Code, same issue. Like it doesn't feel at home. And even though this is going to be a sacrilegious situation, um, for me, Xcode is great. I know that a lot of uh, iOS devs are like, Xcode is shit. It should not exist. Xcode is just trash. Nothing works and so on. But from a designer point of view, as in using it for editing things and using the previews and so on, if I'm not streaming at the same time, it's a pretty good like navigation system. It's a pretty good understanding system. I can navigate pretty easily without or within this entire thing, and it makes sense to me compared to VS Code as a base. And if I'm comparing that to Android Studio, which is basically JetBrains-ish, I just hate it. It's better now than it used to be, but I still just hate it. I don't know why. There is something about the UI that just needs to be a lot better than what it is. And yeah, so I again I understand that there is a ton of things that I'm missing on because mainly the UI is just shit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not touching that. Denny, for you specifically for that clothing app, there is uh one that I have somewhere in there from yesterday. Just somehow, if I remember correctly, somewhere around here. Right about there. Uh, yeah, I have never been. I've seen NeoVim and Vim and so on, but I have never really deep dive into that to understand. why it's useful and why it's appreciated, other than the fact that it's just like customizable to hell. So if you want something very specific, you can have that thing very specific added to your interface and your behavior and so on, so that it makes sense. But it's supposed to be somewhere along the line of here. That's the thing. I'm gonna click on that link. Okay. Why do I like so much sit? Yeah, that thing. So this is interesting. As well, that person decided to take pictures of every single clothes that they have and create a website with it. Uh, and so it's just the clothes that they love. And that way they know what is in their wardrobe, kind of thing. And this is the type of thing that I feel like I would have created if I really went towards the fashion app that I talked about 4 months ago now, because this is the only way. The other thing the other apps are doing, they ask you to do all the pictures, and then once they have all the pictures, they use Nano Banana to put the clothing onto you, which is absolutely false, because the garments flat on the floor will never fit the way that the Nano Banana is gonna try to make it fit on you. So basically, what you would need to have is a picture of you wearing the pants with no t-shirts and nothing, so that the system understand like how does it fit on you. And then you wearing the shirts, like all the shirts that you have, so that the system understand how it fits on you. And then have some sort of a collage type of situation that could be good. I feel like for myself, I would have a system of like this image uh, with no background, not a white background, like this image with no background, and then this pants with no background, and then use them as stickers on top of a version of yourself. That could be a good thing, or at least that could be a fun thing to have. But yeah, um, that's interesting. I'm happy that this happened on your end, Stody. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, and yes, Fino, NeoVim is like, because I don't have a single brain cell that works for backend. I mean, I do, but like not really. Um, I mean, what I care about mostly when I'm building projects is this thing gonna work and is the experience gonna be good? And if the environment in which I'm doing the thing is not like the best environment possible, but it's still like good enough, it's fine for me. So it's easier to just go through a system like this, which is like designed-ish, but not too much, compared to a CLI. So like working in Claude AI CLI is a bit of a pain in the ass compared to working in the Claude app, even though the Claude app is shit. And therefore, like the best option in between the two is just Cursor, but like right now, out of tokens. um, mm, I see. Well, that's good that it didn't go through. That's so nice. This is such a nice computer things. Is this um is this truly dot computer as in? Okay, I see. Um, yeah, that's kind of bad, but it's good that they stopped it. That's such an interesting portfolio, if it is a portfolio. Interesting dots right there. Not that it really matter, but interesting. Interesting system. Anyways, sorry. Living resource library that will be updated and continue to grow. I see. Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if this is good, but yeah. Do I agree with that? That's the question. Also, this is mostly like a Notion page, so it's fine. Um, this seems to be not good. I see. Also, this is I'm I'm never comfortable with these things. I I don't. That's interesting though. That's also one of the things that I we talked about it on Monday, but the fact that I'm on the internet on everything and I'm discovering things through designer project and other things. Right now, we just discovered that OpenAI has a health AI thing that is probably an AI for hospitals and shit that they are training and working on. And this is like a lot more sensitive data and therefore a lot more expensive than the rest, which is interesting. And then a regular product designer is just the same price, so that's interesting to see. But I again, like I'm never really comfortable with these prices and these salaries because I'm like, why is the city so expensive based on the fact that like the relationship in between the dollar and the euro for me is like almost a one-to-one. It's not exactly, but it's almost a one-to-one. When I have a thing with Japan, when it's like 1 euro is like 180 in Japanese yen, I'm like, okay, cool. I understand that it's like my salary in Japan is 14 million yen, so I'm a millionaire in Japanese, but that's not much. But 340K is not like uh, is not something that is fathomable to me right now. Uh, like this is getting paid 54 million yen per year. It's crazy. I'm sure it happens. I'm sure there are like companies and things that are paid like this, but uh, yeah. Well, it depends. Um, Hidayah, hi, welcome on in on YouTube. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. Um, yeah, it's complicated, but Um, Basically, the 7-Eleven Shinmayo onigiri from Japan. That's the reference that we have. This thing is currently 168 yen. This thing is the lunch of a lot of things. Um, like a lot of Japanese salaryman and woman and so on. And so in there, that's less than a euro for us because right now 1 euro is 186. So this is like 90 cents. Um, and like this one is the previous version, which was from 2018, and this was like 115. So when I went to Japan the first time, it was basically 1 euro for one onigiri. Like that was the plan. I was at 113, 113, 119 the first that I went there in 2019. So kind of the same thing. That's uh that's kind of cheap. And so the Coke, um, if I can type things, the specific Coke that they have, because they have like one, they have this one, and this one is a bit of it's Coca-Cola Plus, which you have never heard of, but it's Coca-Cola Plus, and it is 183 yen, which is basically $1 for us. But the regular Coke, non non-flavored, this one is flavored. This is 140, and I'm guessing we probably will not have the price of the regular one. Maybe we do. This is 100 yen, so it's cheap. um, it's 54 cents for a 50, like a regular things. So yeah. Um, Hidaya, we are like most of the people that are watching the streams on Twitch. So that's why you have the chat on YouTube all for you. Welcome there. Welcome there. So yeah, it's very different and things. So that for me again, like this is my Japanese salary if I'm getting really paid fairly is 14 to 16 million yen. The salary that I can get right now based on inflation and other thing is probably going to be at 10 million yen ish, 12 if I can. And then these ones are like 54, which is like 5x, and that is crazy as a range. But then again, like we have other things where you can see that the Figma roles are, um, you know, 169 to 303. That's the range that they have. These ones are in New York. So this is also something that is very important to, remember. Like most of these things are going to be US based, and therefore the prices and the salary are US prices, US salaries, because they are expecting you to be like in New York, and therefore if you want to um, if you just want to, I don't know, look for a fucking flat, your rent is going to be 5K a month for sure. Yes. Of course. 6K a month. Sorry. And this is like 640 square feet, which I don't know exactly uh how much that is. But you know, like no, this is USD, sadly. That's the issue. 18,000 a month, meaning that I mean, that's the other thing. With US and specifically with New York and the places like wherever you are, if your office building is somewhere around here, then you don't really have a choice. You can either commute for like an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, crazy, but 2 hours a day to get to work, or not live there, but you need like if you have your rent that is 4K a month, you basically need to make at least 6 to 8K a month in salary, meaning that you need to at least be at 100K, and these salaries like 240K a year is like it's basically including the fact that okay, you leave there and then you need to go to the dentist and you need to pay 14K because you just opened the door and you said hi. And that's what happened. So, like that's the type of shit that is also taken into consideration. And a lot of people that are in New York or in LA and so on have been saying like we we can't live on 100K anymore. Like it's not enough for the thing that we are trying to have. I don't even know if we can have. I'm still zooming out. That's crazy. Do we have the ability to just zoom in somewhere around here, or is it not? It's not there because I have New York as a limitation. Same shit. 29K. This is my first salary, my first yearly salary as a designer in an agency back in 2013. Roughly the first salary in Paris was in between these two for the full year, and I need to pay that every month. Oh my god! So again, that makes a lot of sense. This is something very interesting for me to see, like people that have all of these things, but it's also like it's one of the other reasons why I would probably never um, move to one of these companies or apply to one of these companies because they would require me to move and be there. Like this is something that just makes absolutely no sense to me, and they kind of force their employees to be like around specific locations, and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work out. Like I'm not gonna do that. Like this one for Zurich is a bit more closer, but no. I would work for a company that requires me to move to a city that I don't want to be in. So applying to Google Tokyo, for example, is something that I've done in the past, and it's really complicated because they don't have a lot of designers there. They mostly have sales and it makes no sense. Like it's the same thing as having sales for Coke, like Coca-Cola having salespeople. It's just like, well, the probability of the restaurants having Coke on the shelves or in the store or at the restaurants is like pretty high because people are asking for it. And so your job as a sales is like such an easy thing. But yeah, I don't know. I need to put that. So, for example, going back to fair point. Um, welcome on in, Chris. To go back to what you said earlier, Kane. The thing that I was looking at earlier is not necessarily my portfolio, but looking at this, the fact that like Google interviews focus on your design process and the case study that I have should walk through the problem definition, user research, iteration, and outcomes. This is something that is not necessarily like defined in the system that I have in place right now, and it's not presented in a good way. So this is something that I'm taking into consideration into adding inside of my case studies, inside of that website thing, because I need something that is like worthy of these levels of companies. Not that I care about them, but just because I know that if I cater to the top level companies thing, getting a company that is less important is going to be easier simply because it's just like the rigorous process that goes into creating that case study is always going to be positive. And right now, the thing that I have is more of a storytelling case study, explaining like where the thing came from, why did I decide to build this thing, and then where we went. Did it make some money or not? Like very much boring based on the GitHub diff mostly. But it's interesting. Which reminds me, I could use they. Could probably use they. Um, I have a set of things in that parent folder, which is not linked in here, that I could use for alternate activities. Um, like the whole blog, because I have a ton of explanation of what the project is and was and all the activities based on what Stony has done. Like this was inspired by shipping in the dark. It's not a bad thing, not a bad move. I might do that at some point. I doubt it, but reuse these things could be an option. Because this is going to be more technical than anything else. So could be good. I would keep that into the interesting tools just on the collapse or something, but it's there are things in there that I feel like probably are not going to be as useful as others. Have a good work session, Bills. Take care of yourself. I don't know if you heard in the beginning of the stream. I am out of tokens, so I got work. My bad. Not that I had anything planned, but yeah, I'm kind of stuck until the 19th. So we have like 20 days, and then I can post something. Maybe. Yeah, no, I want to do that. Figma. I want to do that. I just don't have the funds for now, so I'm limited to what I already have, and what I already have is not good enough. That's the problem. the Mac that I'm working on here is not good enough for running the things. Um, like I have a an M1 uh, with 32 gigs, and therefore what I can run is like the smallest of models through Unsloth and LM Studio and so on. And it's not good enough. And I would love to be able to run like shit like DeepSeek and Kimi K2 and so on. But um I can't do that. And then the PC is running uh a 2060 Ti, if I remember correctly. Um and I had a go at it earlier today, and it could run with a token per second at 2.4, meaning that three-ish letters per second, maybe six, maybe a word per second. So it's working, but it's gonna take like ages, and therefore in the time that it will take, it would be better if I just like, learn how to code. It's not gonna happen. So so right now I'm mostly looking at these things. A small M5 Max with 120 gigs would be a good thing. That would be a great thing. It would probably run smoothly and not have any issues, and I would be fine. But in order to do that, I in France specifically, I need to be richer than what I have. Like again, it's just crazy. I know it's in French, but that's because we're looking at the European thing. There is no power adapter in the box anymore for the computer. You can't charge the thing if you buy the computer now. It's just like, yeah, it's not in there. And you need to buy it for 120 bucks. Let's put it in just for the sake of, having the full thing. One month of rent in New York. Yeah, that's not that's not an option. As I mentioned before, if I just like travel to Japan, take a flight that is like 600 bucks, and um then come back, it will still be cheaper if I just buy it in Japan. So yeah. Yeah. You see, I mean, this is also like a me thing, so obviously it's different. But the fact that this is running, or this would be running some sort of either a Windows-based system or Linux-based system in order to make it like easier to manage and so on, for 7K, which is roughly the same price as this, um, I would rather be on a Mac. because I'm just used to it, and I I can do stuff, and I understand as well that this is like not the best um presentation, but I mean, not the best presentation, not the best operating system, and so on for what it is, but like for work and doing other things as well, it's going to be the best option. So that's the thing. Even if I bring in like a trade-in type of situation, um, yeah, I have tail skills already implemented. Um, because I have my mini PC that is running officially. I think it is dead. I think it overheated. I should check on it. It's in the attic. I haven't looked at it in about 3 months, I think. And Tailscale doesn't see it anymore, so it probably just died. Um, yeah, it's one of these. Uh, it's one of these very, very bad mini PCs, like the one that looks like Mac Minis. It's basically just one of this. It's not this, but it's basically one of these. And it's fine. It's running Mint because easier for taking less space, less bloat, and so on. But eh, it's not good enough. Like it has, I think a total of like 4 gigs of RAM or 8 gigs of RAM, and then it basically like the system itself needs 3 gigs to run when it had Docker, Superbase, and Tailscale running at the same time. Like that hog roughly 4 gigs. So it's like, uh, these are not good enough. I think that's the one. Anyways, so yeah, that's uh, that's expensive. And then doing this as an installment of $260 per month for 24 months is such a weird thing. This is something that my dad basically like taught me about very, very early on when we had like some discussion about money, but not really, but kinda, of saying if you need to get a plan to buy something, you can't afford it, so don't do it. Like it's going to be a pain in the ass, and you don't go into debt. That's going to be much better. Um, and it's like it's going to take a bit longer to get access to that amount of funds, but that's yeah, that's it. Like you don't have a choice. But if you do that, you will feel like you have the money. In reality, you don't. And if you don't pay, you lose the thing that you need to work. So don't do it. And I agree. I agree. Can I do that? I can do that. Look at that. Look at this thing, because this thing is such a better deal in Japan, because you get the brick in the fucking you get the power adapter for free within. Um and well, no, that's Chinese. We don't have the others. You don't have the others. That's interesting. That's new. We used to have the English International Keyboard available in there. That's going to be a pain in the ass as well. Anyways, um, if I do this, it looks like it's a lot. I agree. It's $2,000 cheaper. I can buy a 3090, maybe a 4090. If I find a used one for $2,000 that I can put into the PC and run some shit on there, the price difference is just crazy. So, as always, um, that's uh, that's the way to go. Like this is gonna be yes, that is true. Um, yeah, but that's like not the type of shit that I can do based on the fact that I don't have the skills. Like uh this is 600-ish. Yeah, that's roughly, I would say 600. Yeah, 513s. So if I hear me out, hear me out. I take a flight, 5:30. I I land in Japan in about a day and a half. I have to get a hotel or place to stay for uh at least a week. Let's give it a week just for the sake of doing that. Let's say it is uh 50 to $100 a night. I need to stay for 5 nights, roughly. Um, that's going, let's say, $500, right? So that's like $1,000 so far. I'm gonna need to come back. That's gonna be $500 ish. Let's say six. And then I'm gonna need some food during that time. And I already have like money for my transport and things. So I have like 2,000 uh, yen on my card already that is on my phone. So not that much, but kind of. I'm probably gonna spend 1,800 to $2,000 um, in accommodation and shit. But I would be in Japan again, which would be good. I would have a new computer. And if I set it up properly and I have everything done, I can take this one and either use it as a trade-in so that it lowers the price, or sell it back for like $1,000, $2,000 maybe. Um, and it would be cheaper to just take a week vacation in Japan and get a new computer. It's crazy. It's just like it makes no fucking sense. Uh, it makes no sense. That's they don't really have like a delivery date uh, available based on what they're saying here. So it is. Um, it's the Shinjuku store, but obviously right now I'm not. I'm not typing. Um, I know that's the fucking. Sorry, my bad. 151 postal code. That's the thing. So this would be on the the 22nd of next month. So if I plan ahead, if I buy it now, I buy it now, then I take a flight next week or in 2 weeks now because to get that. Yeah, Space, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? What were to talk about, Chris? I mean, you said about AI, yes, but like specifically, as in your usage of AI or as in other things? And are you talking about the reactions as in positive reaction, negative reactions? What reactions we talking? So yeah, I mean, the prices are crazy. Just the fact that I can take a week vacation, go back with a brand new computer that is much better to work for what I'm trying to do is a crazy thing. And then the thing that I've used, um, which I have showcased, and this thing has been posed, and I'm guessing they will probably not pick it up. Uh, Maybe on Discord there might be some alternatives things that haven't popped in. I would need to check that out. But this is Cursor, but open source, so you can run your own models directly the same way by using one of the thing that already exists, like LM Studio and so on. And you know, it's it's good, but it looks like shit compared to Cursor itself. And I'm like, would I have enough brain power? The answer is no, but would I have enough brain power to very much skin this thing's property so that it doesn't look like VS Code anymore, that it's like more stripped out, but still like working closer to what Cursor is doing? I doubt it, but you know, maybe. Um, I hate open code. Um, I just I I don't like open code because it just doesn't give me what I want. In the behavior is really weird. So this whole thing, also this one was like running on a proper thing. Um, it's not going to provide and showcase the actual work that it's doing. It's just mostly going to preview the diff, which to me is weird. And I don't know, there is something about it that just like doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't like it. Kilo code is fine. Um, and but that's it. It's just fine. Pi, I haven't tried it. Can't talk about it. um, but yeah, I just like again, designer. That's the main issue here. I am the problem on this one. I need the interface in which I'm working to be pretty good. So that's one of the reasons why Trey used to be one of my favorite ID in the first place until they were designed. Um, but uh, they like they had a very, very good UI for their IDE and then they edited stuff and now it's shit. But Trey version 1 was so good. And I'm sad about it. But that's the thing. I can't really do it myself because I need that's what I was saying about Void in the first place, is that the fact that Void is a bit of an open source-ish thing, so I have a copy of the repo somewhere. So, I have like the latest version of this thing. And if I want to make it better, I need something to work on the code base. And because I don't have the skills in code, I can't really go edit stuff in there because I don't understand it. And because I'm out of tokens, it's not true, but like because I'm out of tokens, I can't really go in there because the the whole thing is too big. And because I can't run local LLMs as well, it's a bit of a vicious circle right now, which I can't make the UI pretty, but I would if I could, 100%. Um, I don't know what Void Linux is. Mm, I see. It's just a name thing that you're good, you're good, don't worry about it. But yeah, no, I'm almost certain that within the the Void communities and the things, there has been um like a lot of forks of the thing. I don't want to do that. I would love to be able to see, and I think this is just like the owner. Um, I wanna see who has forked this thing and what they have done with it. Like I would love to see that, these 2,000 forks, which I can do that. One was about what's possible with AI. I showed some apps like the playlist app. It was in German, interesting. The second talk was at a cursor, right, at a cursor coffee event in English. The reaction was at the first group they asked me about copyright laws. At the end, and some software developers said to use AI made apps business. It's negligent. Yeah, it is. Second reaction was the people were bloating, getting lots of first. Yeah, so the thing is with cursor cafes, which are really cool, you are going into a realm of people that are interested in the tech, working with the tech, and like very positive or have a very positive uh, view on the tech in question. So ob obviously the reaction is going to be a bit better than the others, but it's also, and this is going to sound bad for the people that are in there, but it's kind of the truth. The people that are going into the cursor events are either uh, people like me that are designer and have skills that most of the people that are devs don't have. People that are high level devs that are using cursor to help them go and build things, but they already have high level skills. And the bulk of the central parts is people that don't really know how to code or have an understanding of how it is, but they wouldn't be able to build the thing that they are building right now if they didn't have access to the ID. So they don't really have the skills. And so obviously they will be impressed by what you have to present, because it's like, well, yeah, if you have the skills and if you have the understanding of how things are supposed to work, then you can build whatever the fuck you want. But if you don't, which is most of their case, you can only build a limited set of things. And because you don't have the vision and the design thinking of that, you end up with stuff that is like not looking as good as what you have created. So that's the cursor cafe. And then for the other thing, which is like mostly um, regular people that have jobs and are interested in AI a bit, but like not too much, they will raise a lot of concern about ethics, usage, environmental things, because they do that as well. And you know, it's uh, it's a thing. It happens. It's fine. Let's see Cortex side and Void number 2, because that has been updated yesterday. Most of them have been updated like a long time ago. This one is from 2 years ago. It is a nice experience. I love to be at the cursor cafes, mainly because that's like where I can just showcase what I'm doing, and people are like, "Oh, yeah, cool, that's neat. Let me get your info, and then we can work together." Yeah, for sure. But yeah, let's see. This. How is that an option? How can you be 156,000 commits ahead and 2,000 commits behind? Like, is this just like an open source things where they've just kept working on the things? Um, and therefore it's like ahead of Void, but it's such a weird thing. That's using the latest, so that's interesting. This is very much the exact same thing, so they didn't change shit. They just like forked the thing and then hope for the best. Yeah, I mean this one makes sense, but it's just like they've done 50 commits in total on their own fork of the thing, and since Void has not made an update since the last 4 months, then they are ahead. But the fact that this one is open source, I'm guessing like there is a 156,000 commits that have been coming in from a lot of different contributors. I'm guessing it's not the same person, but we never know. And then there is 2,000 commits that have happened since from main. So basically they are late from the main thing, but they are ahead in the features that I have added to there. So that's potentially something I can just check as an option, but yeah. Apparently I can't. God damn it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the naming convention that makes the most sense. Yeah, for sure. This is wild. And the fact that this is kind of dead is also kind of weird. Anyways, not this one then. And then Death Void is a bit of a weird thing, and it is up to date. to the main, which means that it's just like the latest fork with nothing else in it, which is kind of sad. Still thinking about your approach of building things that you want to see in the world. What's holding me back from this is that I think I'm differently. I think I'm different from most people, and what I want is too niche, maybe, to make fun. So, yes and no. The the thing that has been said to me a long time ago now is, in the world there are 8 copies of you that are scattered around the world. Each of these 8 also have 8 copies of them. Some of these are overlapping from you to them and from them to you. And when we say copy, it's mostly like one trait is different, but like most of the things are almost identical in the way of thinking, the way of presenting yourself, depending on, culture and so on. Things have changed, but obviously there is 8 copies of you. So with that in mind, that spread of 8 by 8, the amount of overlaps that are related to the thing that you are interested in is, at a minimum, I would say 8 people that already have 8 people that also have 8 people, and so on. So there is a cluster of people that is at least 100 people for sure that have the same way of thinking of you compared to you that you can touch. In order to make money, this is not enough. And I agree with that. But this is copies of you. You may have alternate version, similar brain thinking from other people that will broaden the the target audience, the pool of people that are potential. And then from there, you may have things that are like, or you may be able to get somehow more people. What I would say is build the thing you want to see in the world without thinking about the money. And then maybe, that's such a weird thing. Are these the fucking subtitles, Stony? Is that what happens? God damn it. That's crazy. That's impressive. Congrats. But if you start building without the making money in your head, think about it as okay, there will be a subscription system or there will be a one-time payments. That's all I know. And I know that these features will be in the free tier because it makes sense. This needs to be in the paid tier because it's one of the more impactful features. But that's about it. And then build the thing without thinking about the money anymore. And build it to make it like the best possible thing for yourself. And then once you have that, you can just say, well, cool. So from all of the things that I have done, let me just say that this is in the free tier because it makes sense in the free tier. And this thing that I added that I thought it would be in the free tier, this should just go in the paid tier because it's too good for the app and the concept and whatever. And you end up with something that just makes sense. So from my point of view, on Can, for example, which is going to be the easiest, simplest version of this thing, which I haven't seen in light mode in a long time. Let's hope it's good. You have hiragana, katakana, radicals, and kanjis that are basically in the free tier. And that is like the basic structural thing related to learning the characters in Japanese. In my eyes, if I had not had that in the free tier, the app would be absolutely useless for someone that is kind of brand new. Going back to the examples that I have and that I use all the time, Robokana, which is an app dedicated to make you learn the hiragana, katakana, kanjis, and so on. These two are in the free tier. So the first two rows are in the free tier. Anything else is in the paid tier. So you can't really learn anything unless you pay. This makes absolutely no sense to me. So that's why for my for myself, I said, well, everything that is character related is going to be in the free tier. And then after that, I thought while I was building, I thought, you know what, just learning the characters is not necessarily enough. And that's not really what I want to do. Like, I want something that is a bit more interesting, that gives me some information about the vocabs, the conjugations, the way that the words are used, and so on. So let me build something that is like the vocabs and the dictionary section to add to the app. But in the beginning, I only had these three tabs, and that was about it. Once I added this, I was like, okay, cool. So this is becoming the core of the app. It is more important to have vocabulary learning than anything else. So this is going to be my core and the main thing that I'm going to sell the app on, because it is the feature that I use the most. And I need a variety of content when it comes to like the quality of the content and the amount of content that I have so that I can learn better content. So I said I need a design dictionary with like design related words for business and so on, because I'm a designer and this is what I need to learn. And then just because I care about Japanese, I want to have the first 1,000 words and the 2,000 and so on. And I was like, you know what? If I give you everything for free, then it's a good app, but there is no incentive in like getting a bit of money out of it. So let me just make the design and 1,000 words in the free tier, and then anything else is going to be in the paid tier. So anything else is in this thing, like hidden content. And that makes sense. To me, as a user, it makes sense. From there, I said, we have everything that we need. Everything is working. The quiz in question that I'm doing is good. It's just like it does the job. Um, is it like good enough for learning? Does it helps me remember what it is? Can I read these things based on the fact that I'm currently doing it without really thinking about it and talking at the same time in English, but reading in Japanese? It does work. Not necessarily, work as good as it needs to be, but you know, it kind of does. So with that system, overall, I'm like, cool, I have the thing that is the best version of the app for my use case. I have learned some Japanese. Is everything that is currently in the free tier good enough? Yes. Is everything that is currently in the paid tier good enough? Yes, it's the same thing. It's just like more content. Does it make sense to have like additional content in the paid tier and the entirety of the app basically in the free tier? Yes, it does. Cool. Let me just release that. And then, based on some of the feedbacks that I have received, some people are saying that there is like a pull for money from you every time. Like if you make mistakes, you will have some issues with the coin. So like, let me just do that. God damn it, that's the right answer. um, like if I do enough mistakes, I'm getting this, which is like, please buy stuff. In which case you have unlimited lives so that you can just continue practicing forever by using the subscription, or just buy some lives. But based on that and the fact that it seems to be a bit too much, The only thing that I might change is the fact that these lives, instead of counting as 3 lives, it might be a bit of a Zelda thing with like half hearts, and you have 6 mistakes in total, so that if you have a quiz of 5, then you can go through the entire thing with mistakes on every single answers and still be able to start like a new quiz potentially. But I don't know, we'll see. But that's the only thing that I will potentially change. Other than that, everything is fine. It's working. It does the job for myself. It seems to be doing the job for the users. And it has bringed in a little bit of money, which, as I mentioned, it's enough to like cover the fee of Apple, cover the fee of Cursor first year that I used to build this thing. And that's enough. Like that's to me, that's enough for the money that it's making. And I don't need to market it too much or present it more or do anything else. It's just like it's good enough for what it is. It could be better. It should be better. uh, but for what it's presenting and so on, I feel like it's a pretty good enough system. And so I built the thing because I needed the thing for myself. And then in there, I decided thing in terms of this is going in the paid tier, this is going in the free tier. In this one specifically, it's an easy decision because it's just more content, paid. Same content, free. And then a bit of a limitation so that you are pushed to go into the subscription system, like capitalism and shit. But that's like the only thing. When it comes to Perfume, which is a lot different when it's the app in question, I built the entire thing. And then when I had enough content and enough features in there, I said, okay, cool. So I need a paywall in a way for regular users that are not as invested in the perfume industry as myself to be able to use the app. And for the people that are invested as well to be able to use the app, but then see that, okay, cool, it's good enough, but I need the pay tier in order to get like more out of it. And that translated into in the free tier, you are limited to 12 perfumes. And that's about it, which is the truth. Like as you can tell, it's I'm exactly at 12 perfume out of 12 in my usage of things, because obviously I can do that. But with that system in mind, like this is just regular user will probably have 12 perfumes tops in their collections. And if they have more than that, they are more invested and they are more willing to do the thing of buying. And when they buy the thing, they just have access to this section on top of the rest of the content and this section on top of the rest. So that's the main difference. Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So for me, if I switch that to paid tier, I now have access to my analytics and the data that is going with it, like what is my top brands, what is my top seasons, and so on. And that's just like additional data, but it doesn't really do anything, and it doesn't help anyone technically. What it gives you when you are paying is the ability to then import a collection. And if you have a collection that is more than 12, which if you have a file that contains your perfume collection, you have more than 12, then you can import the entire thing. It goes into the database on your phone, and then you have the whole thing, and you're good. And then again, this is like a one-time payment of $24. So when you know that this perfume alone is like 270, 2024 is like change. It's just like nothing. So people are more willing to transfer, like upgrade, just because it costs almost nothing, and it only, not really, but it only benefits the very heavy users and perfume lovers that have like a big ass collection. Other than that, regular people are just like, well, 12 perfume is good enough. Most people are going to be at 7-ish, and therefore the app is like good, but it's not like really useful to them because it's just, if you have 7 perfumes, you know what you have and you know what you think of them. If you have 130, like myself, you kind of forget what was your thought when it comes to that perfume that you finished that is right here. Like I don't, maybe I remember, but I don't really remember if it was good or not good. I think it was like okay, um, but like not the best either. But it's pretty, like it's pretty good. So that's the type of thing. So that's the, to me, that's the best way to build like a, a monetization system, because it is based on your usage, and you are always pushing the product in the good direction of, I want this thing to work for myself. Like I want this thing to be as intuitive as it needs to be. I want this thing to be like as good looking as it needs to be, or at least good enough from my taste, good enough for what I'm trying to achieve. And sometimes it's just like adding things that are not necessarily the most obvious features of the apps. AKA right now, as I mentioned last week, I'm currently building this section above the text, which is what we call the furigana. And the furigana is just helping you with the reading of the characters that you don't know. So if you don't have that, it's kind of complex. And in the current version that is on the store, the sentence in question is duplicated underneath in hiragana, katakana, so that you can just read it, but it's not as good. So that is like more of the common Japanese pattern that people have are already used with or used to. And now that I have this, it's just like so easier for me to read this and say, ここで、国際会議が開かれます. Which I don't know exactly what 開かれます means, but 国際会議 is international conference, and then 開かれます, I'm guessing, is being held in that location, because ここで is here. So, 国際会議 is an international 国際 and conference in 会議. But now I know. um, yeah, also, yes. So the monetization system as well needs to reflect on your cost. So if you have something that, God damn it, that is or has, like band, for example, that has like a backend cost and infrastructure cost, then making sure that the pricing models that you have is something that makes sense. So for me, it's, as always, $6 at the end of the day. We have Clerk as a base. We're using Convex instead of Superbase, and then the hosting is on Cloudflare. So that means that my infrastructure cost at 1 million user is 3.4, and 1 million user is expecting to have 14 million total users, with 1 million of them being paid. So the cost is like way lower than what it is if a lot more people pay for the things. But that's the plan. So if you have recurring costs in terms of infrastructure, the thing that you need to cover anyways, because you have like tokens, you have API costs, you have other things, then you don't have a choice. You need to pay the bills for the thing that is running the service. And then either you like me and you don't care about making money, in which case you end up with something like this, which is just like, I just want to be able to pay the bills. So in the beginning of the thing, because we don't have enough people, the bills are not going to be as big. The more people we have, the bills are going to increase, but also it's going to subsidize on other people with the free tier are going to be paid for by the paid tier. And that alone is going to just equalized kind of. So with that system that I have right here, if we say that we have 120 users, which is what we have right now, uh, that means that four of them, I think, 4 to 5 of them are currently paying. So that is giving us $100 roughly. Not really, but kind of. And that covers the cost of the infrastructure for at least the first year. And if we have more people coming in, which if you're here and you're watching and you want, like, you have a big ass list of links that you need to share to other people, that is pretty cool. Um, that's gonna be the thing, and the price is gonna go down, like based on what I have. And if you don't want this, if you're not like me and you're like, I just want something that is costing users, I don't know, $12.99, let's say $14 a month, and the floor is going to be $14 a month. Like, it's never going to change. It's going to be always the same pricing. Then it's you're gonna have like a lot of money if you reach the point where you have 1 million paying users, and at that moment you have a ton of infrastructure cost, but also you're making 70 mils a year, so you know you're pretty good. So to me, it's always the same thing. If you wanna start the system at, I don't know, um, at a fair price or fair system, um, you might just need a lower bar of entry for the people so that they have like a subscription system that is like kind of low. And then you do a Spotify thing where it started at $4.99 and then it's now like $9.99 as a base, and now it's like $29.99 roughly. Um, or you make something that is fixed cost from the start, that is including your cost with a bit of leeway just in case the cost that you are currently paying is going up, because there is nothing that stops the companies that you are paying for their own services, meaning like the hosting, the database, the API for the AI stuff, that is going up or down based on, things in their own companies. So you have a bit of leeway. So let's say that your API cost is $100 a month, then you price it at 150 just in case. In your head, that's $150 a month that I need to pay. So at least if I have 10 users, that is like 10 paying users at $15 a month. That's the minimum. If I have 100 users, that's gonna be 150 or 115. um, no, 150 a month for 100 paying users. So that's obviously like very cheap, but you need to have 100 paying users in order to do that. So the calculation for me is very simple, is how much users do you think you're going to have, and how much impact do you think you're going to have on these users so that they convert. And you can do the thing that Debshi has done, which is mainly saying this app is paid, but you get to download the app for free. You can interact with the app with the first 3 messages for free. You can manage your workout, manage your time, your things, your plans manually, kind of. But then, Dapshi, welcome back. But then, if you want the features that the app is providing, as in the AI, the recommendations, the adaptation of the workouts based on your usage and so on, this is going to happen in the paid tier, and that's about it. And therefore, people needs to pay to use the app. Otherwise, the app is kind of useless, and people don't use it. So, with that in mind, like that's the other system. So, I think maybe going back to your thing from earlier, maybe the reason for why for me it's easier is because I have all of these things in my head all the time, and it comes from the time in agency where I was making sure that um, everything was running through and everything was good, and that's like making sure that we have like proper billing for the clients, proper pricing for the product that we were creating for these clients as well. And when we were providing services in terms of we are taking care of the hosting, we are taking care of the CMS section, we're taking care of all the other things, and you pay us for that, we also had to plan for the pricing for these things. So that uh, is a lot more stuff. I was about to say, did I take my meds? I don't think I did. Did I take my meds earlier? I don't think I did. I don't remember doing this. Yeah, I don't remember doing this. It's a med for forgetting. No, that's not true. I need to go back. I said that last time. I need to go back to my cardiologist for this because the box is empty almost. Yeah, I need a I need a daily pill box because if I overshoot, like this is for the heart rate, hypertension, and so on. If because my heart is too high, if I overshoot, it's going to be too low, and I'm just going to be dead. It's fine though. But yeah, no. Other than that, Chris, I think the most important thing is build something that you want to see. Build a an app, a product, a service that you need, um, or or rebuild something that already exists because something decided to kill said product, decided to modify said product in a way that is not like to your liking, um, decided to, I don't know, up the price by like 50%. And now it's not worth it. Like this again, the same thing, and the reason why in my cursor usage right now I am deep into the whole system of figuring out how I can get this thing to run outside of Cursor and not like rely on them is because their pricing is just way too high for my usage and my use case as someone that doesn't have uh, a ton of money coming in. Spending $100 a year is a lot. It's a lot more than 100 right now. The bill that we had is 460. So 460 for 1 year is a lot, and therefore I can't really justify spending this. And so I'm looking for alternatives to make sure that I have the ability to just continue working and doing my stuff. But um and yeah, I do. I do. That is the reason. I agree with you. Um but also I'm pretty impressed by the fact that this 100 million tokens for $80 is included in my inference. When in reality, what they tell me as included is $20. So now I'm kind of scared because I don't know if next month I'm going to be stopped at 20 or if I'm going to be stopped at 80 again. If that's the case, that means that I have enough to work for like 2 weeks, basically, and then move on. But yeah, the $20 that we used on this thing were uh, how can I say that? On the 19th, I did $10, and on the 20th, I did $12 of inference. So I burned through the 20 in a day and a half, which is not good. This is Cursor's dashboard. So this is my usage of the Cursor app. And in there you have the analytics so that you see what has been used, what has not been used, and so on. I'm mostly using Composer because it was cheaper and then they bumped the price on the 25th. And usually I'm using Kimi because Kimi is faster. Composer is really fast, which is pretty good. And then when I have things that are a bit more complex, I'm gonna go to Claude and use something like either Sonnets or Opus, but Opus I don't like it. It's just burned through everything so fast. So that's yeah, that's no good. But right now, because I'm stuck in this system of usage based compared to what we had before, I kind of need to go through the CLI and use my Cursor CLI interface thing and my Claude subscription in Claude Code at the same time. So it works. I'm kind of sad about it though. So right now the jump is between Claude Code or Claude app, this disgusting thing right there, because I have the subscription that I can use there. Open Code because it can use DeepSeek V4 Flash, currently in the free tier, so that's good. I can continue working in a way. Void is the goal. At least having like an open source Void thing, Cursor alternative that I can run on device with my own model. That's going to come later. And then the other thing that I can do, which is not exactly ideal, but now that Xcode provides one of these things, then that's pretty good. Like this is 4.5, which is not like the latest, which makes sense. But having the ability to just get the cloud agents to do stuff for you and to work on other things is is a pretty good system. It's not as good as Cursor on its own, as in working in here, and it kind of burns through tokens a bit faster, so it happens. But I again, the thing that I like about Cursor and this implementation as well is the fact that I can revert. Reverting something in the CLI is a bit more tricky, or or I'm not using the right model or the right tools, which is also an option. But within Cloud Code CLI, I haven't found a way to just like do a slash revert for the last message and then it just bump back to when I was. Like that doesn't exist compared to in Cursor. I can just click on that message. It reverts all the changes. I can check some things, build the app again, put it on my phone, recheck or reapply the changes that Cursor had made, and then see why it's broken, still having a version that is working on my phone, and then changing or making some more changes in there. So that's a useful thing. It's the system, and that's the reason why I'm still on these apps instead of any others. I just need the going back, or at least the ability to just have some sort of a checkpoint, um, and navigate through that. That's the annoyance. Or again, I wish I could just know how to write the code myself. That's not the case. That is not the case. Um, so, you know, uh, that's an interesting things. Hmm. That seems pretty good. Oh my God. These people, open source people, are killing me. You have like you have a link, and that is just God damn it. I can see it. That's the link. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mm, I see. It's now an AI sidekick instead of being an ID. Mm. Mm. I wish I'm asking things too late. Phil's already at work. Phil's sent me a thing last month, which is, I think he has a server things where he runs AI models on his own devices things. And I wish I understood how that worked because that would also be pretty good for me to figure out. Um, like the AI dot whatever, I forgot the name of the that. But that is like behind a system that I don't understand. Like I don't know what this thing is, and I don't know like what Open Web UI is. And I wish I knew. I wish I knew, and I wish I understood because it would probably help. to just figure out, technically speaking, how these things are, if they are good at something, um, and if that's yeah, I didn't save any of my credentials on this, so yeah. Um, I see. But it's just a web UI then, so it's not like a it's not an on it's an on device but not on device. So if you have like your LM Studio system, I do have, as I kind of said it, but I do have LM Studio that is on this Mac that is running and plugged kinda to um ngrok, that thing, which I don't think, based on the fact that you said Tailscale earlier, that could do this, probably can do the same thing, and the fact that I already have Tailscale installed, I feel like this was a waste of resources, but it's done. So I'm gonna be okay about it, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Um, but yeah, so it's mostly like a ChatGPT, but like open source models. I see. I see. I'm sad that some of the, I mean, I understand. Again, I get it, but it's just like open code. When they started, they had Kimi 2.5 as a free model, and now they don't provide Kimi as a model. And it's kind of sad. They switched to Big Pickle, which seems to be okay, but not necessarily good. The fact that they currently have DeepSeek V4 is great. And then um, the DeepSeek API pricing is also a very interesting system for me, from what I remember. And it is kind of cheap compared to the rest, so that's the good stuff. Um, but yeah. Yeah, but it's like you need to pay. That's the issue. I can't really afford to pay one more subscription on top of the things that I'm already paying or have paid for um, this year. So that's the problem. But yeah, no, if it was uh, not an issue, 100% going into either Go, which is like 10 bucks a month, and Zen, which is $5 a month, if I remember correctly, or the free tier, but you don't have the all the models, at least. Um, it's not in there. Like in the models in the base, there is no, at least for me, there is no Kimi, which is sad. I basically need to plug these things. I do have my DeepSeek API key that is in there, so I could, if I just put in some credits, I could be good. But yeah, Moonshot is just so much better. uh, Akimi is pretty good, and most of the, I mean, for me. Most of the moonshot stuff are good, so that makes sense. Yeah. Nah. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, I looked at um, the mixture of work versions, which are basically running in smaller chunks than what you have access to in the full pricing things. What? I know. I could just run it. I could just run the things. It would be fun. It would be fine. But you know, that's the thing. I do think that right now the only options that we have are local local or a newcomer that basically is still in the wrong pricing system, which is the reason why I have used so much in the past. Like cursor usage being like in the 4 billion tokens for a full year, and then basically having no price, like it was basically free for me, is because they didn't do a good job at getting their prices properly. So I ended up being able to do a lot of things. And yeah, now most of the other AI stuff have been kind of catching up, and everything is so expensive. So it's complicated. It is complicated. This is not gonna boot. So you don't really have a choice. It's just like I need some hardware, and I can't rent stuff either. Like same thing. I thought about having like a cluster somewhere in either AWS or Etsner or whatever hosting that exists, and then use that to, power whatever open source model that I can put in there. But that costs even more, so it's just like not an option. Not even an option. Um, yeah, but that's the issue. Like I want the thing to run, and this is obviously like the best case scenario where I basically want the thing to run as if it was one of the OpenAI slash Claude slash Grok um, models that are like cloud based, that the inference and the processing is running somewhere else, but I want that locally. So in order to do that, you you need to be at least at when 27 billion parameters, I guess, on a pretty okay machine, which is again one of the reasons why the MacBooks are currently the best options. Uh, because you know, it's expensive, but it works and it runs the entire thing. The best option right now, if I wanted to be true to myself, would be one of these because that's still cheaper than a MacBook Pro, and then run that in the attic instead of anything else because this is going to be um, with an ultra chip and that, and you don't have like other options for memory, which is kind of sad, but it's fine. The thing that you want is the GPU cores, anyways. So that's the system, and with just that, um, it is like 5K, so it's still cheaper than the MacBook Pro, the latest one, but you are on an M3, which is not. It's crazy, by the way. It's crazy that the M3 is still better than the M4 Max. That makes no sense. No sense. But yeah, like that's the thing. But that would be the best option. It is much better than anything else. And again, going back to what we said before, it makes so much more sense from a business point of view that Apple is not doing anything related to AI in any form. It's just like they are making sure that their devices are good enough to run the thing. And because they understand that at some point the AI models are just going to run on device locally for each users, they are simply making sure that every single processor that they have are optimized for that. And based on the fact that they have a partnership with Gemma, aka Google, for the next version of Siri, it makes a lot of sense, and at least in my eyes, it seems like it would makes so much sense that in the iPhone 18 Pro Max and the others, you would have a version of Gemma that is running, that is like a distilled version on your device that you can do most of the things. Same thing on the Mac, that would allow the users to do whatever they want. And that is probably going to happen way faster than we thought it would. Um, so that's interesting. I think, from my point of view, it's interesting, but we'll see. But yeah, even 20 tokens per second, I feel like that's slow. Now that I've tried the cloud tokens, the cloud system, and I'm like, well, uh, Composer is impressively fast, and yeah, yeah. Locally, AI is pretty good. I met the creator, which is French for some reason. I was surprised that a French person could create something like this, but he did. And then now that locally AI has been acquired by LM Studio, that's a very cool thing. The fact that they work together in making sure that we have local AI models that runs on devices with his expertise for the on device on iPhone and LM Studio for mostly on the desktops slash laptops is a very cool thing. Um, but yeah, no, I don't want French project. um, I don't like the French. But this is interesting indeed. Yes, I don't know if I would categorize that as a an interesting thing because it's just ASCII art writing and things. I'm more into the one that we talked about earlier, which was it's been a while, which was uh, this one. I don't know if she updated it already. She did that, but then we have, yeah, that footer is such an interesting things because it's like you have the flowers, you have your watering plants thingy, and you can just water your plants. You know, it's not it's not much, but that is more fun than the other one. At least for me, it makes more sense. It's cuter. Um, you see, that would be interesting if I understood that if I knew what it meant, like the words don't the words don't I don't get it. And also I see the design of this thing and I'm like, God damn, this is really bad. But you know. Mm, the type of thing that I don't again that I don't understand. But if it works, you know, if it's the thing that works, if people use it, if it's useful, if you tell me that it's useful, that I trust you, that's the thing. It makes sense. It makes sense. For the fooder thing that I was talking about a second ago, if you want to check it out. The website is pretty interesting. There is a ton of colors and there is a ton of presentation and previews and case studies that are interesting for designers that they contain mostly visuals, which is one of the reasons why I like this website and that type of designer as well, just because it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that my computer is currently kind of dying and I need to send you somewhere. I know that coffee is live. I know that um, unnecessary is live as well, but like not really live much. I know that Prime is live, which is crazy at that time of day. And James is live as well. We have Full Box as well. It's been a while for Full Box. Haven't seen name. Um, we have someone that speaks French. I don't want to. I don't want to go there. They are learning. They are learning. No, no. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna there. Not gonna go there. Andrew, hi. We're calling in. You arrive when I'm trying to find someone to rate. How have you been? How's the day going? I'm pretty okay. I'm dying. It's too hot. That's very French of me to say. That's just. It's too hot. Study, you have a preference? I'm guessing you're gonna coffee. I guess. I guess you're coffeeing. That seems like the direction. Um, I am I am still in Europe. Sadly, I didn't have a choice. Um, I didn't have a choice. I wish I did. But one no longer needs you. What do you mean? Me? Yeah, nah. I I'm asking where do you want to go? That's what I'm saying. And yeah, it's currently like 32 degrees, which means it's roughly 35 in my flat because I'm underneath the roof. And this is bad. I already know. I don't know. I'm saying, am I sending you to coffee? And then and then no, apparently. You didn't say yes. It is bright and sunny right now. Bright and sunny. Um, Nonetheless, I am sending you to Coffee and Code because uh it makes sense, and because my computer needs to kind of slow down. And yeah, the fact that I have the PC, the Mac, and the lights on is such a bad idea for me. So yeah, we're gonna see that. But as always, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. If you have any question, I'm not live. Join the Discord. That's highly appreciated. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. And if you have a big ass link collection, use that. As always, these three make sense. For some reason, if you're like me and you're learning Japanese, use that as well. But unless the flat melts, which is an option, it might happen. We never know. I should be back on Friday, which would be a review day. So if you have anything for me to take a look at, and you know, you had some winnings, Tony. Good job. Good job. Um, and yeah, that should happen. That should be good. Nonetheless, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and enjoy the code on the other side. Bye.